Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing today? It has been a while. Which, I mean, last story patch. Hello, Geoblood, Roto CFD, Mechazoic, Plaxius. Hello, hello. How's it going? I'm gonna run through my dailies here before I fucking forget.
Nothing unexpected. For now.
Volume levels are looking here. Let me turn it down just a little bit. Just to sense it a little.
Time waits for no one, even for a great. Time waits for no one, even for a great.
I'm excited.
Duelos de fantasía en la acumulación de laberintos.
Given out a little shit about Verbal.
I haven't had a eureka moment like this in a while. The poem I just wrote is amazing.
The hunt begins. Beam is louder than me. Okay.
Time waits for no one, even for a great. Time waits for no one, even for a great.
I knocked it down by 30, and yet it's only a little bit quieter in OBS. How's that? Hi, Rover. Back to Verse 999 again. Sure are.
Whew, that went smooth.
Exactly.
This is good? Okay, perfect. Alright, well, let's not delay too much. Let's watch the trailer. We'll be good to go. I skipped the trailer. I wanted to experience it with you guys. Alright. What have we got here? Trailer.
What was it that we wanted? To be remembered as heroes. Or to perish and be forgotten. Yet we knew we never had a choice.
The flames of perdition follow at your heels.
What? You killed them all.
But you may yet be cleansed.
Stop. Stay away from me.
Repent.
What are you? You goddamn monster.
We have a situation. The Colonel was just taken out within our safe zone.
Eyes up.
Who are you? We do have a confirmed sighting of the sniper.
Sniper.
The Manus are probably lurking nearby. Take Marshall with you. Find them.
Years of war has deeply shaken our faith and our resolve.
I'll come find you after the war ends. How does that sound?
I now know the true cause of the conflict. And I have seen the face of the true enemy. Farewell, Garon.
I want you to save yourself.
On the 11th hour, this war will come to an end.
Scheiße! Scheiße! Deckung! Sanitäter! Hilfe!
dope trailer. I'll be happy to help with in real life historical context where I can for this chapter, as it does concern one of my historical hyperfixations. That would be wonderful. I love any and all context that I can get for this. There we go. All right. Oh, so hello. They say hi, Mechazoic Era and Thorn Nuisance. I didn't Google anything today. This is the I hopped on and started stream, so I haven't Googled anything today.
Everyone imagines their future. In most, they grow up. They make friends, get married, and hope to make their fathers and grandfathers proud. We enter this new era full of those same hopes for our future. We had no idea what lay in wait for us. We called it the triumphant opening to the greatest era in history. A rite of passage for every man to be. Join us in an adventure side by side, bound by courage and loyalty. Return home victorious, and let your legend be told for generations to come. That was the future we imagined. Now, those sweet and fitting lies have melted away. Barely more than children, we find ourselves bound, not for adventure, but for an open grave of mud and ruin. Those of us who were lucky, or unlucky, to survive this battlefield, were forged into something new. Numb, cruel, corrupted. The earth became fire and mud, and all of us devils. What was it that we wanted from this war? To be remembered and celebrated as heroes? Or to forget and be forgotten? The answer may seem obvious, but the question itself lies at fault. Because death, meaningless death, came for thousands of us every day, and we knew. We soldiers never had a choice.
What do you see?
And a huge iceberg.
Anything else?
You and I have a contract.
Sideways, thank you
BLT
for 24
5
months. I feel like this is the shot from the flood. I mean, I guess we still have like PTSD from that.
It's the air of God. Well then, what year is it now? Subconscious stable. No sign of invasive illusions. Cognition reality match rate normal. Our test subject awakens. Last question. What's this?
An elephant.
Her questioner realizes she should have expected nothing less than a blunt answer.
Correct. A plain and simple answer like that is an excellent sign.
This test isn't like the others, from the artificial somnambulism we used to go through.
It's a special examination we've prepared for all personnel involved in the Antarctic operation. It wasn't my idea, by the way.
She powers down her equipment, the whirs and hums of its electric current fading with a soft drone.
I would say, based on your recovery so far, you could have been discharged a week ago, but we had strict orders to complete our entire course of treatment outlined in the medical manual. Whatever it is that hides under the Antarctic, it didn't do any additional harm to your mental health. You're lucky, you know. Many others have suffered irreversible damage that will limit their day-to-day lives.
What about Nautica and Miss Stranger?
I have no access to Miss Stranger's information. All I know is she's been sent to another department for treatment.
Oh, she's alive?
As for Nautica, she's doing great.
I thought she fucking died. Mesmer Jr. offers her judgment in plain terms.
Where is she now? Does she have enough space to stretch?
Mr. Hoffman cleared out a lecture hall for her. I wouldn't call it a palace, but it's spacious enough to meet her needs. Too bad, though. Now she's being cornered in there by every arcane biologist, ancient myth enthusiast, and crazy ritualist we have on staff. I guess they've decided she's an invaluable opportunity to learn more. You do have access to that hall if you really want to know how she's doing. Just go knock on her door. She's also been asking about you.
The therapist averts her gaze and shifts away to end the conversation as she begins to tidy the ward. A soft knock at the door breaks the awkward tension.
Timekeeper? Come on in, Zinetto.
Oh, great. The girlfriend's here. The splash of orange from her hair is a welcome break from the dull gray and white. Zinetto casts a polite glance toward her old classmate.
Hi, Mesmer. How's the timekeeper doing? She's good to go. Thank you. Just a minute.
Zinetto recalls today's agenda.
Timekeeper, Madam Z said the Storm investigation team is back. She's waiting for you in Madam Vice President's office.
Let's head that way then.
You two have fun. Take care.
Mesmer Jr. sees the guests out, staying behind to wrap up her final tasks. The aftershocks of the 10th storm still ripple through the Foundation. Though they've long grown used to changing times, the staff move through the geometric corridors less like a well-oiled machine and more like a clogging artery.
There's so much tension in the air now.
I suppose because this storm was different from the ones we've seen before. I look forward to hearing what Madam Z has to say about it.
I don't intend to waste my time on this anymore.
Huh?
A committee member strides out of the office, his face completely distorted in contrast to his neat uniform. Another man rushes behind him, doing his best to keep his pace in check.
Please, I thought we reached an agreement, Erinai.
However, the one he's chasing has already reached the fork at the far end of the hall.
Naturally, I accept the committee's decision. If you really think we don't have to prioritize the Manus, then be my guest.
Our top priority is to restore peace and order to this era. You should know that.
We're at war, Mr. Pacifist. One far more dangerous than you could possibly conceive.
Pacifist? What do you mean, pacifist?
I've killed several people with my own hands. Erinai doesn't respond. He turns down the left path and disappears from view. The pacifist committee member gives up his chase and takes the other path.
The room they just came out of, is that...
It does appear so. The Vice President's office. Let's go.
After you.
The expected occupant is nowhere to be seen. Only her chief of staff waits inside.
Very nearly perfect timing, Bertson. Zinetto. I had heard that the rehab center cleared you for release. But it's all the more reassuring to see it for myself.
The signs of the fierce argument that took place linger in the mess of documents strewn over the table.
Madam Z, we saw Erinai and Pedra at the door.
Let's not talk about them for now.
Don't worry about that.
Understood.
Okay, yay!
So, the Storm investigation team has returned?
Correct. Thanks to the field agent squad and our investigators. We've collected enough proof to verify your hypothesis. History has changed. The 10th storm has brought us to an entirely different 1920 than we knew. One with the war still raging that should have long been over.
Do we understand why history has changed?
Laplace has two hypotheses. The first centers on the ritual held in the Antarctic. Despite being interrupted, its flood might have changed the storm's nature, which has resulted in an even greater deviation from history as we knew it. Don't look so discouraged. That would be much better than the other theory. After her revival, Arcana may have obtained the power to use the storm to alter the course of history.
What?
If that is the case, in all likelihood, that means this war...
Oh, let's hope that's not the case. Holy shit.
Is likely a result of intentional manipulation by Arcana. Manus Vindictae is trying to bring more chaos to the world.
The solemn room welcomes its master.
It's been a long time since we last met in this room, Timekeeper.
Hi, Constantine.
It seems like nothing has changed.
But there's no time to dwell on that. I have some critical updates for you. This war may be close to its end. Though the fighting continues, we've begun engaging each side's leaders, and we believe a truce is possible. There will be a peace talk, and the committee has decided to act as its mediator. Peace is always the Foundation's top priority. After this situation is stabilized, we'll pool our resources and focus on the Manus.
I see. How's the progress so far?
The Chief of Staff answers on her behalf for this minor detail.
Our branch leaders have built lines of communication, and we have reached an agreement on some of the terms with their respective governments. Pedro will go to meet the commanders on behalf of the Foundation, with the aim to reach a lasting truce by the end of the month. If everything goes well, we may be able to restore peace before the new year.
Now is the time to ask the question that's been lingering in her mind.
As we arrived, I heard Iranai call Pedra a pacifist. Does Iranai disagree with the Foundation's policy regarding the war?
It isn't a matter of the policy, but the means by which we achieve it, to be precise.
How do you mean?
He and a few others believe all attempts to restore peace are bound to fail unless we destroy the Manus first. In short, he wants to do things the tough way.
All right. We got our establishing shot. Oh, here.
Ah, a visitor. How unexpected. There's nothing here now. Only the ashes of war. What is it you want from a place like this?
New narrator.
Run along now. Back to your school books. Or a swing in a playground, perhaps. This is no place for a girl like you.
I don't know you.
Naturally. I am no celebrity. I'd prefer to keep it that way. Fame is of no interest to me. Just an opportunity for greater harassment. But the entire world is in ruins now. I have nowhere else to go. And it seems you're stuck here with me. You poor sap. You trekked to the end of the world. Fought a pointless war, and for what? A broken spinning wheel? Even that they took away from you. Along with the girl clinging to life by a thread. Before sending you off to the next battleground. I hope that rusty old thing holds some kind of secret. To saving the world or ending this war. Maybe then you can take on another career before you die. A watchmaker, perhaps. I've nothing more to say. Would you kindly leave me alone for a while? I have no tea or snacks to offer. I can't even recall what they taste like. Go on. Savor the war. There'll be another after this. No need to worry about things going exactly as you'd like.
Old boots. They once belonged to an unfortunate soul, but perhaps they will grant you better luck. She sounds like some kind of soldier. Or some other kind of witness. To maybe a medic. Soldiers lay a corpse on a dry wooden plank, making an effort to place their fallen comrade in something resembling a peaceful pose. Hi, Dragosonic. The plank, formed from dismantled ammo crates, has been formed into a makeshift sledge, complete with a small set of wheels. Hi, Beard Rainbow. The handler stands resolutely by the body at the edge of the trench, his tattered cloak making him look the part of a Grim Reaper. He kneels, prying off the soldier's dog tag, and pockets the bottom half. Franz Schreier.
This is all we could find. Can you take care of him, Charon?
Natürlich. He will be given a proper burial.
I thought they said this war would end before the winter came.
A now familiar gloom seeps out from behind Rudolph's thick glasses like tears. Franz lies still, indifferent to the scene. Another soldier shoves his way through their small crowd, puffing with frustration, places another leg on the board, completing the set. Then, without a word, he removes the boot from the corpse's other leg, matching it with another.
Now he'll be ready for the march home.
You sure that was Franz's leg?
The kind-hearted Captain Wilhelm looks at his soldier in horror.
Better be. I risked my life up there grabbing it. He promised I could have his boots if he got scraped off.
Mein Gott. I remember when he said that.
He starts to say something, but swallows it back. The soldiers huddle together in the narrow bend of the trench.
But...
Charon's words come out in a slow drip, seemingly unaware of the conversation around him.
Andreas went missing in the last attack. The body will be impossible to move off the front lines without him.
Your pony could pet its worm food.
Shut up, Erich!
Please, don't worry. There will be somewhere quiet nearby. But it may take a while to find it.
Take your time, Charon. The weather's cool these days.
Wilhelm attempts a pat on Charon's shoulder. Not far away, Major Eberhard Braun, the company commander, sits on an empty water drum, his eyes fixed coldly on the trench wall ahead. He drops a cigarette butt and stands.
Charon, come here.
Jawohl.
He responds to his superior.
You remember Montpey? The town near Aria?
Gewiss. We fought there in the warmth of summer. Our Oberstleutnant died in that battle. You were in charge of a company, until you were injured and sent to recover. There were many graves to be dug, but the days were warm and dry.
It was a hard fight to drive our enemy from that town. A damn good one. Even if our lines have only moved a short distance past it since.
But why this talk of Montpey all of a sudden?
Army Command has decided to attend a parley held by the Foundation in Montpey. Colonel Hirschfelder will be present on behalf of our nation. We've handed it over to the Foundation. They're calling it a safe zone.
Many hope that peace will come before the winter.
The Major's response is blunt.
The only end to this war I can accept is victory. Total victory over our enemies. They say we've broken through on the Eastern Front. We only need to push our advantage and they'll collapse. Once we've freed up all that manpower and material, we'll be able to crush our enemies here too.
We may run ourselves dry of ammo and blood before then, sir. No cries of victory are loud enough to wake the dead.
Winning here is a part of something far bigger than you could understand.
Is it? When you returned to the front after your injury, you came with eyes red as a furnace. You wore an old face, a mask of war. You haven't worn that mask in many years, since before our first taste of battle and blood. A whole class volunteered. Nothing more than schoolboys. We marched obliviously into the killing field. You should rest.
The Major's already thin lips press together into a sharp blade-like line.
Enough with the poems, soldier. I called you with an order. You must go to Montpey. Herr Mühlenberger sent us a package, and I need someone to fetch it for me. I know you'll do your duty for the fatherland, mein Freund. Take as many bodies with you as you can. We can't leave them rotting in the trenches. Dismissed.
The Major gets up and moves down the trench.
Montpet looks like it had been a nice little town. Before the war. Now, its old streets and laneways are pocked with craters and crumbling buildings. Cruel reminders of the brutal battles that raged through it.
Do I click?
Silent screams still echo to me from its laneways. A reminder that a man who has seen war will only find peace when he is dead and buried.
The town has seen the worst of the war, but with the sudden influx of traffic and activity, it seems to breathe new life. The streets, barely cleared, are swarming with uniforms, some military and others checkered gray and white.
Are you looking for help, sir?
His head creaks in the direction of the voice, finding a young woman, likely a medic. Her golden badge marks her as a Foundation's employee, but even more striking is the armor layered over her coat.
Hold on, soldier. I'm Krankenschwester Mascha. Please show your face so I can verify your identity.
Guten Tag, Schwester. What lies beneath this mask will not give you the answer you seek. Here, let this serve for identification.
He rummages out a notebook from his coat, retrieving a folded ID card from within.
Major Eberhard Braun is waiting on a package from Montpet. He sends his NCO to collect it. He did not say from whom.
She receives it, studying the card.
I see. Your name is Paul.
Karan. That is the name the soldiers use, and the one you should use as well. The name you see there doesn't belong to this war any longer.
I've heard your name before.
She returns the document, then scans around as she wrings her hands.
You'll find plenty of packages here. Go ahead and look for whichever one belongs to your Major Braun. But there'll be more paperwork to sign before you can leave with it. If you're willing to wait, things will get moving again once the parley has finished.
Time is a resource the dead have in abundance.
He looks back at her, his body seeming almost rooted to the spot.
Are you certain you're a right soldier?
The war has taken its toll, but there's nothing you can do to fix these old wounds. You said that you are a medic, Schwester Mascha. Is that why you ask?
Yes, of course. Ordinarily, I would be at a clinic, but I was asked to lend a hand here.
Where are the dead from your clinic laid to rest?
She reflects on his words.
We don't have any yet, by the grace of God. Though, I don't expect that to remain the case. There's a bare slope just outside of town. I noticed it when we first arrived here. It could serve that purpose were someone to die.
That is good to hear.
That someone might die?
The delayed reply leads to misunderstanding.
No. The slope. A quiet place is needed. Many of us from the front lines could find rest there.
You mean your brothers in arms?
All who need burial are my brothers in arms, though they may have once fought on different sides. Should there be any in your clinic that need it, they will find rest there too. In a coffin under a marker to remember their place as is fitting, if you will allow it.
So be it. You're offering them more decency than most others would. I'll show you the spot.
Forest outside the safe zone. The outskirts of Montpet. Dense woods conceal the most obvious traces, yet small sounds are amplified.
Who's there?
You've run late.
Hello?
I barely made it. This whole area is under heavy guard.
The soldier squints, eyes narrowing at the gray-blue uniformed figure ahead.
Where's Hector? He never mentioned you. Give me the countersign.
He raises his weapon, framing the stranger in his sights.
You hear me?
Who the hell are you?
Yet his target is unfazed.
2 paths lie ahead for you.
What are you talking about?
In one, you lead me to your commander. In the other...
She lowers her rifle and bows her head in a motion almost like a prayer. It stuns the soldier for a moment.
You are led into perdition.
You can have 1 helper in battle. Oh, wait, yeah, no, we have to use this one, alright.
Je prierai pour vous. My sight shall unveil the hidden. This ends now.
Battlefield effect decreases damage take reduction or reduces
The enemy
body
is a
second
piece
damage
shall be
change
stamped
reduction
down.
reduces when stack stack.
Don't waste your time. A shot hit. Target locked down. The enemies of peace shall be stamped out. A shot hit. A worthy victory. But the fight is far from over.
The final gunshot rings through the thick forest and then fades away. She crouches, retrieving a pouch from the fallen enemy. In the mess of documents and maps, she finds the note she needs.
Foundation. Barley. Hirschfelder.
After reading it, she looks northeast. Beyond the tree line lie the ruins of Montpellier.
Today.
Bro, she just killed that guy. She's like, hey, before you light 2 paths, I'm not gonna let you choose, though. Die, idiot. Rumors of entertainment seemingly trivial or deeply meaningful outpourings. Like a letter. Being stuck in recovery is boring, but at least it keeps you from getting shot on the battlefield. By the time your knee gets better, this damn war might finally be over. Assuming I make it, which is a strange thing to say, my first stop would be to come see you. Maybe if we're lucky, we could even go home together. Let me share the recent news. There's a soldier that everyone claims came back from the dead. Whether that's true or people invented the story doesn't really matter to the officers. He's been reassigned to the front as sergeant under Major Braun. Why would he accept such a posting? Why even go back to the front at all? I know your mind would be swimming with these questions, but nobody can figure out his motives. He turned out a safe position with the press bureau, but has refused to ever pick up a rifle again. He's only interested in retrieving the bodies of the fallen from the field. Can you believe that? Personally, I'd rather be a dressed-up press puppet over ducking artillery shells any day of the week, even if it meant encouraging young men to march to their deaths. Mein Gott, blank, as I write this, it finally dawns on me. I've always known why he refused them after all. I just never thought anyone would have the courage to make that choice. So he came back from the dead as a psychopomp. Allegedly. Battle of the Birds. Those who claim the pen is mightier than the sword rarely seem to live by their words.
Are you sure you won't come with me, Capitan?
Lilia! After a long rest, Lilia readies up for her next mission.
Admiral Som assigned this mission to you personally, not the whole team. Besides, Madame Z asked me to stay in the headquarters.
Isn't it going to be boring waiting around here? The Storm Reformation Directive said Team Timekeeper isn't subject to the Foundation's orders. We can go wherever we want.
Yet it also says the Timekeeper is still bound by Madame Z's orders, Lilia.
Ugh. So frustrating.
Reality slams up against her freedom-loving impulses.
I thought I'd finally be able to show you what things are really like out on the steppe. It's going to be a view to remember.
We'll have other chances.
Yeah, I suppose a view like that doesn't change much no matter what era it is. Anyway, any idea when they're going to set you loose again?
I think it will have to wait until after the tension clears.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you heard about the doves and the hawks?
No.
We got birds now? Nah. I just got back from vacation. Let me guess. Same thing as ever. Politics. Go on. Just tell me enough so I know who to blast if someone kidnaps Vertin again.
Simply put, the committee has split into 2 factions on the Foundation's course of action. The Doves and the Hawks.
Okay.
The Doves insist on seeking peace through diplomacy, hoping to secure advantages in the post-war political landscape.
Uh-huh. And the Hawks?
They believe that the governments we're dealing with have been infiltrated too deeply by Manus Vindictae, so diplomacy is off the table. They want to take more direct action by arresting any high-ranking military and political figures suspected of collaborating with the Manus.
That's gonna get messy real quick.
Really? I would have never thought we'd do something like that. Efficient, the kind of plan I like, but also like it could be the mother of all messes.
Precisely. That's why the Doves prevailed, at least for now.
Lilia shakes her head. She's had enough of politics for one day.
Complicated. So what side you on, Capitan?
I'm not on any side.
Departure time. She mounts her SU-01... I don't know Cyrillic, I'm just gonna call it BE.
No matter then. I'm on your side. Das Korova!
With a sharp roar, the flying broom shoots out a blast of air, and soon enough, the seasoned pilot vanishes into the clouds.
People are dying out there. We have to reduce the number of decision makers. We can't afford any delays. I need all the faction leaders to reach an agreement before the committee meeting starts.
That's why Petra and Irenai were here.
Yes, it was not an easy task to persuade Irenai, but we did it.
Good. But I'm not on either side. It seems like there's no need for me to stay. Why are you keeping me around?
I have my reasons, as I'm sure you expect. The Storm Reformation Act won't keep you and your team secure forever, Vertin. The final result of this meeting, whatever it is, will change many things. That may mean more latitude and resources for your team. Then again, it could mean the exact opposite. Anyway, if you intend to seize anything from this opportunity, you'll need to stay until the meeting's over.
Ugh, politics.
Time to go, Sonato.
Quite the
Thank you,
takeoff.
Mobius.
That must have been Lieutenant Lilia, wasn't it?
Who the fuck are you? She turns and a red-haired man enters the frame.
Have I got it right, Timekeeper?
You have.
You must be... Mr. Creius, the captain of the 12.
Seems you're already acquainted then.
I've read the report on the Antarctic operation. Your name was mentioned.
Creius nods to Sonetto in thanks before adopting a more guarded expression.
I've been reading up on you. Just a few choice selections from your after-action reports before our Antarctic expedition. Seems we have you and your team to thank for thwarting many a wicked scheme, hatched by Manus Vindictae in previous storms. Shame we couldn't put a stop to Arcana's revival, too. Now look at the dog's breakfast of an era we stepped into.
A communication request comes through at that exact moment. Creius is about to speak again, but lets it go.
I do hope we'll have the chance to cooperate more closely in the future. Feel free to call on me if you find yourself in need, Timekeeper.
Thank you, Mr. Creius. I'm afraid further introductions will have to wait. We're called elsewhere.
The brief encounter ends. Creius remains where he is, pressing his communicator.
Speak.
I passed along our intel about Manus Vindictae's possible infiltration of the safe zone. Anyone's guess if they're gonna do a damn thing about it. And Marsha was seen leaving the safe zone with an odd-looking German soldier.
Any idea where she's heading?
I kept my distance. Didn't want to risk exposure.
Should I have any concerns about it?
Whatever he is, I don't get the impression he's with the Manus. He came up from the lines, started a conversation, and just like that they started walking away. You're jumping at shadows, Creius. Ever since Antarctica, it seems like you've been imagining phantom oil stains on everyone we meet.
He leaves the remarks unanswered. On the other end is a clear directive.
All the same, keep an eye on her.
And take my eyes off the town. What about searching for those infiltrators?
The Foundation has enough security on site to keep things in check.
Yeah, right. Let's just hope those Haferbrains can do their job. Haven't Merrill and Paravian been transferred to HQ?
I hope you weren't expecting a hand. I need them for my field mission as soon as our application is approved.
Still waiting for that? They haven't learned to trust you yet?
Focus on your mission, Yemelai.
Not many of us have any real idea what it's like to view the trenches from above. But in my haunted dreams and flashes of imagination, I picture them as claw marks. I keep returning to that thought over and over again. The image of some terrible monster ripping the earth apart with its claws. Then we hide, trembling like maggots in the wounds it leaves behind.
Here.
Karen stops, staring out over the woods, only just beginning to advance on a slope that bears the scars of trench work and artillery.
It is quiet enough, but the dead may come to outnumber the empty lodgings below.
I wouldn't have thought the dead mind having neighbors. The real trouble is how far it is from the clinic.
He lets his gaze drift from the hills to Marcia, settling on her armor.
There is something about you. A contradiction lying under cloth and steel.
I know what you want to ask. Yes, I was a knight once.
She preempts the question, one she's learned to expect.
Like other arcanists, I was enlisted in a special unit and sent to the front as soon as the war started. This armor is only a habit. I'm a medic now. It's not much for protection. Modern bullets go through steel this thin like paper. But I want to remember.
Only in death does the duty end. Yet you live again with the Foundation.
Noch eine deiner Fragen?
Another of your
Diesmal
questions?
werde ich dir keine Antwort geben.
This time I won't give you an answer. He stumbles at her retort like a clumsy soldier stuck in mud.
There was no ill intent. The ways of this war do not fall upon your shoulders. Our path is not chosen, nor can it be escaped. The end to our war is found in the grave.
I know. Death shouldn't be the only way a soldier like you can find peace.
Marcia glances back. The view of Montpey is blocked by a dense forest.
I'm needed back at the clinic.
And there is work to be done here. Please, hear this apology. You have chosen a noble path.
Inside the safe zone, the first round of talks has concluded. Colonel Hirschfelder exits the building draped in Foundation banners. Adjutant officers flank him tightly, like Remora's swimming beside a shark. Hey, that's the second time we've run into this word in the past couple months. Adjutant!
This meeting is over.
His aide drapes a coat over his shoulders. The colonel's mood is sour. His eagerness to end the talks is obvious. Commissioner Pedro follows at a respectful distance, maintaining proper decorum.
Our proposal really is in everyone's best interest. Please, give it a bit more thought, Colonel.
Our best interest, yeah. You have failed to convince me. All I see is the insistence that we pretend this war is not going in our favor. And I will have no more of these ridiculous conspiracies concerning Manus Vindictae. Our war and our victory have nothing to do with this terrorist organization, or cult as it may be. The decisions of His Imperial Majesty's government will only align with a rational assessment of the facts at hand.
So when he says His Imperial Majesty, who is he referring to?
We fully understand your concerns.
Words without action.
I don't know much about World War I, I apologize.
Would you at least consider a temporary truce? Keep your forces at the front, but halt all active military operations.
Yeah, it's not happening. The military delegates enter the car, idling roadside.
There are two sides to every truce, Herr Negotiator. Our enemy has yet to show any hint of sincerity.
You are referring to the assassinations.
Do these Schweinehunde have any honor? Sending their snipers after our high rank?
Oh, shit! Time freezes. Oh, fuck! Okay? A bloom of crimson explodes out from the colonel's neck. A staccato heartbeats thump in a rising crescendo to meet the distant booming crack of a rifle.
Oh, what the?
Pedro, get the fuck out! Time melts back into motion. Shouts erupt, feet thunder, weapons fire off at shadows. Pedro feels someone yanking at his collar, the pull growing stronger.
Take cover, Mr. Pedra!
Soldiers dive toward their fallen officer.
Scharfschütze!
Chaos drowns out all else.
Sanitäter! Der Oberst wurde getroffen! Wir brauchen einen Sanitäter! Los, bring den Oberst in die Klinik!
Well, fuck. I wasn't expecting that shit. Kaiser Wilhelm II, Emperor of Germany, was still imperial at the time. Okay, thank you. Oh, boy. Background check. Before assigning crucial tasks to your subordinates, it is essential to do thorough background checks. Paravian, Beagle, age 19, race human, graduated from Xeno Arms Academy, Vigil Officer, direct command of Creus, contribute to the resolution of multiple critical cases, later transferred to 7 Squad. Oh, no, sorry, that's not 7. That's 12. 10, 12, yeah. 12 Squad. Most devoted member of Creus' Circle, he combines passion and bravery with a concerning level of idealism. The squad's morale would undoubtedly suffer if that loyalty were betrayed. Yermalai, Hound, 37, human. Oh my god, he's so young. Civilian, previously bonded to Vigilance Bureau via Creus' personal recommendation, served as a visual officer participating in several classified operations, later transferred to 12 Squad. Extensive criminal background, it's no surprise that Creus keeps him on a tight leash. I wouldn't want to be the one who decided his call sign. Merrill, Blackbird, 16, race Arcanus, background a storm orphan taken in by the Foundation, educated SPDM, and upon graduation invited by Creus to intern at Vigilance Bureau, later transferred to 12 Squad. SPDM, he's never had much patience for rule followers. Seems even Creus knows 12 needs arcane talents, though judging by her grades, his standards aren't exactly demanding. Leave a few recruitment slots open for 12. There's room for flexibility when conducting reviews. Was escaped during the Sao Paulo incident, facilitated by Muldir, key figure among the rebel forces. Police resume internal restructuring, thorough review of special personnel. Will they remain at Foundation headquarters for further investigation rather than joining Timekeeper's Australian deployment? Okay, so Lilia was requested to stay rather than joining her. Growing impatience with the process, she continues to provide necessary cooperation. When comparing statements from Xeno's special personnel files with interrogation records, there's still multiple inconsistencies that require verification. No further action recommended on Lilia. This review is terminated unexpectedly. I must emphasize that no additional explanations will be provided regarding this decision. I append this note solely to remind all reviewing officers that our responsibility ends with following the directives. Nothing else matters. Your dedication during this 2-month process is appreciated. This document will be securely disposed of following initial internal distribution. Alright. It is ad break time, so we're gonna pause here. If you don't know how ads work, I just stop playing for 3 minutes so you don't miss anything before you come back. So I'll see you in 3. What do we got here? Tap the time gauge on the mechanism and change the sandbox displayed period. Sandbox displays all events occurring during the selected period. Tap any event to view its details. Oh, cool! Use the timeline selection to browse between recorded story versions. Future updates will automatically archive new timelines here. Tap the button to switch sandbox events to frontline movements. Frontline movements display character events in the sandbox. You can view each character's movement path. In period details, you can view the key events of that period and the main characters involved. Oh my goodness, this is really in-depth. It's a night, sorry, medic. Okay, it's a nice little summary here. So your message, heart of the conflict, long-paced safe zone, peace talks are held, military delegate is killed, fragile ceasefire is thrown into doubt. Led by Marcia, Karen arrives at the hill. Okay, so this is just summarizing things. Probably just so you can, like, visualize it a bit better. Can I go back? I can. Returning from Antarctica to Foundation HQ. Psychological test. Okay. Total distortion. Okay. Flood shifted back to 1920. Okay, yeah, so these are just summaries of things that we've seen. This is really handy for record, though. So this happened, what, 8 days later? Captain of the 12, first encounter with Verton. Unlike the slow entrenched battles of the Western Front, Eastern Front poses more complicated and unpredictable challenges. No interest in factional disputes and little left to do at headquarters. Zelia, in many ways, is ideal choice for the task. Before setting out, she asks Verton which side she stands with. And here Zelia was being sent to the Eastern Front. Timekeeper and Senna came to see her off. Okay, so yeah, so this is all happening in the same day. Cool. I don't think we have any other, yeah, we don't have any other, things to scroll to at the moment. Haven't fully understood Manus activities in Antarctic or the impact of the flood. Given the current situation, we require a more detailed and complete report from someone present during the event. I love you, Buddy Fairchild. But I've written so many reports that somehow needs more time than I can count. I wish someone cared how I feel, but considering how important communication is, maybe there really are key things missing from my reports. Once I submit this last one, I think I'll go sit in a different vessel for a while just to reset and get the mind back in the work mindset again. Hello, everybody. We're just exploring the UI here after returning from Antarctica. Hi, Sir Vanstein. Oh, hello. I haven't seen y'all around these parts. Hello, hello. I usually only I play a lot of gacha games on this side channel, but I usually only play Reverse Knights 99 when new story updates come out. So that might be why you haven't really seen me around. After returning from Antarctica, the 10th Storm has brought Team Timekeeper to an entirely different 1920 than they knew, one that does not match the history books. What I got here? Did you hear about what's going on over in the east? How the railway's falling apart, cutting off the grain supply, or how they're so short on Shire horses they're using crossbreeds to plow the fields? No, I mean the fighting's gotten even worse. You shouldn't worry about these wave of attackers. You should worry about this wave of attackers in front of us first, my friend. But yeah, welcome to chat. Hawks are inclined to intervene this war through military means, which will inevitably involve recruitment. We need to act before they do and identify Arcanus who could strengthen the Foundation's show of force. We cannot allow this war to escalate unchecked. Oh, I guess it's 5 seconds. It's fine. Okay, fine. Okay, I guess it's not fine. But! Click. Sonetto. Foundation is optimistic about the future of artificial somnambulism to provide better logistical support for Team Timekeeper. We hope to receive technical support summarizing all the relevant experiments carried out so far. Alright. Mr. J from H Street is gutsy. I do believe he would accept such a mission. Flutter Page could be a skilled messenger. Ms. Rado would be adept at picking up signals. Madam Z wants to make contact with these Arcanus. Wanting to turn a power struggle. I should probably keep this quiet. The Foundation has a sense of humor, wanting to get their hands on artificial somnambulism. It's a diagnostic method at best, a scientific technique to evaluate mental health. It doesn't have much to do with what Arcanus deal with. The fact that you even want this tech just to prove how bad things have gotten out there, but I'm not handing over any report. Why? Simple, I don't care for irrational Arcanus. And it's plotting to cause unspeakable chaos and war in this era. To oppose them, we need to form an army of our own. Believe your convictions lead to lend us your strength. Dressed in a rough approximation of a soldier's garb, Charon collects his fallen comrades across the battlefield. One warm thought burns under his cold skin, that the war may soon be over. To be honest, I didn't feel much connection to the Foundation at first, but they are doing the right thing, and it's where Polino once chose to go. Working with them is 100 times better than brawling with scummy gangsters in alleyways. My Bowie Knife's greatest purpose is to slit the throats of Manus Vindictae and to help folks when they need it. So if this job means protecting the innocent, count me in. Okay, cool. Grayish blue, shrouded in shadows and fog. Hi, Aiden and Liam. Having parted ways with the curious gravedigger, the knight continues back to the Foundation's safe zone. Tangled branches rustle, sharpening her mind into alarm. But as her hand twitches to her sidearm, a small and timid creature hops out.
Nur ein Hase.
Just a hare.
Wie schön, dass sie zurückgekehrt sind.
Good to know they've returned. It feels in some way hopeful. If the hares can return, perhaps too people, flowers, life. Gunshot! The sound is unmistakable, and yet she questions herself.
Was that a gunshot?
Well, it's not a firework. She drops low, seeking its source, scanning, placing the sound.
That's concrete, baby!
Thank you for the follow, Sir Vanstein. Battle-honed senses strain to pick out the smallest detail. The abrupt alert tone startles her upright and out of cover. Oh, thank you, Sir Vanstein.
But it has to have come from someone in the Foundation.
I think I've been doing these streams since I want to say Isolde's patch. Like I'm a day one Reverse 1999 player, but I haven't streamed Reverse 1999 content until Isolde's patch. And yeah, I have like a VODs channel where I've done every story patch since. I really, really enjoy this game. Yeah. I might miss out on the cultural and historical references, but that's what chat is for. She hits the connect button.
Right.
Who are you?
No time to explain. Just listen. Colonel Hirschfelder was just assassinated getting into his car right after the parley. The shot went clean through his neck, severed the carotid artery.
The Colonel's dead?
Yeah. But the important thing is that the shot came from the forest, somewhere near your location.
How do you know where I am?
Just take cover. I'll call again when it's safe.
Who on earth are...
Don't fucking die. The call is cut. Marcia switches the device to silent and tucks it away, stunned.
With the Colonel dead, there isn't much hope for the peace talks.
She repeats the message under her breath, her mouth dry.
Can't worry about that now. The sniper may still be here.
Oh boy, I hope it isn't a hot lady. Hope it isn't a hot French lady. She siphons the shock into willpower. The Order's training has taught her how to manipulate her emotions, controlling them right down to the flow of hormones. They've also taught her not to sit and wait for death.
All I have is this pistol. Still, a bullet is a bullet. I'll just need to get close.
Retrieving her weapon, she weaves tactically between thick tree trunks and dense shrubs that offer concealment, each inching her way back to Montpey. Between the brambles and foliage, she spies armed figures in the distance.
Over there.
Who's there?
Evidently, she has been spotted too. On instinct, she slumps downward, and a bullet scrapes a long gash across her metal armor.
Small caliber. 5 of them. 2 with machine pistols. Their uniforms, unclear in origin.
Come out!
A flurry of follow-up shots shreds bark and skin, painting her armor with splashes of blood. But she leans on her training, slowing her heartbeat to limit her bleeding and maintain focus.
Need to leave one alive. Now, to get a little closer.
I think this might be a little bit overkill. Let's go for it anyway, because it'd be funny.
There are many routes to travel, but only one destination.
Oh, right. The spells were... Okay, acquired, established, distracted, camera selection. Okay.
Are they the snipers?
There! A white robe! Looks like a medic? She's alone. Take her out!
Uh-oh.
Never underestimate your enemy, gentlemen.
This medic's going to kick your entire fucking ass.
The show's on, hounds. Agreed. Plan A. Time waits for no one, even for a great people. Our blood will burn. 3, 2, 1, down.
fell. Rotten luck.
Oh, Medpock isn't on field.
Daniel? Fuck! He's down, boss. I should have known the bitch would be a distraction.
Who made that
Who
shot?
the fuck are you?
Retreat!
They got a bloody centaur. How'd they sneak that by?
I hope you like a splash of red. Sensing their thoughts. Pansy, close your eyes. It will all be over soon. Face the truth.
Hello?
Enter the gate and see the light.
What was
Plan A. Trust me, it won't hurt.
Whew, that went smooth.
Exactly.
Her ambushers fall one by one. Marcia peeks out from cover, unable to identify their uniforms.
Black uniforms. Can't tell who they might be. Perhaps the Manus? Never mind. Who is it that helped me? Could you...
While Marcia is pondering this, a few dry leaves land on top of her head.
Cast your eyes up.
Huh?
She looks up to behold a cloaked figure hidden among the branches. Her rescuer bears a rifle, heavy caliber, scoped, with distinct markings, the weapon of a sniper. A dangerous inference is drawn in her mind, yet Marcia begins tentatively.
Was it you who shot these men? Do you know who they are?
Oh no, it's the hot French lady! Did you assassinate my colonel? She feels as if the questions are only pebbles lobbed too lightly to reach the perched stranger.
You must have something more to say. Why bother showing yourself otherwise?
Tell me, what is it that the Foundation concerns itself with here?
That's no secret. We're working on a parlay to end this war. But one of the representatives has just been assassinated. These soldiers dressed in black could be our culprits.
Really? You saw their guns. You saw their guns and still think it's them, but you see the sniper perched on the fucking and you don't have any single suspicion.
No. They were sent forth to protect Hirschfelder, though they tarried too late.
Wait, you know Hirschfelder? Do you have any idea who shot him?
True. Not her colonel, the colonel.
I did.
Yeah, no shit!
You. You.
Acrid smoke stings her eyes, blinding her vision.
Why?
She got hypnotized by hot French lady. It happens to the best of us.
Manus Vindictae? No. The Field Marshal will not entertain such a thing. You've simply conjured up some invisible enemy to achieve your goals.
Your dude's fucking dead, bro.
We can conclude only this. That our enemy agreeing to this parley was only a ruse, and that the assassination of our colonel was meant to sow fear in our ranks. We will not yield to such a contemptible tactic. They have chosen war, and we will answer in kind.
The line is cut abruptly, leaving no room for negotiation. Confusion and tension ripple through the office, simmering like a pot ready to boil.
The assassination in Montpellier has been a serious blow to our global efforts. Many nations have withdrawn from our peace talks in response.
Did we lose anyone?
No. Our investigators on the scene confirmed they heard just a single gunshot at a time. We do have a confirmed sighting of the shooter.
Yes, I heard. Yet they didn't fire on her. Which means our shooter isn't likely to be with the Manus.
The Chief of Staff nods in agreement, then lays out the situation at hand.
The Hawks have reacted strongly to this incident. They're calling for the Foundation to enter a state of war readiness again. Iron Knight gave quite a speech at our last meeting. It's clear the moderates are wavering over to his side.
The Vice President sets a chess piece on the desk and flicks it. It rolls in a slow arc.
True, but there are still things we can do to maintain the balance. We must consider violence our last resort. Send a special unit to Monpei. I need to figure out what really happened.
Razor is on a mission at the Eastern Front. They won't be back in contact for several days. There are 3 squads presently available for deployment. Codenames Metaphor, Almond, and Minerva. But I don't believe any of them are suitable for this mission. We're left with only one option. The newly founded 12.
That's Craeus's team. I'm sure he'd be eager to buff up his resume with this mission. He's eager to prove himself.
All the members of the 12 used to work for Craeus at the Visuals Bureau. Their experience could be useful for this mission. Many of the arcane crime cases they cracked involved the Manus.
I understand he's been seen in the company of several prominent Hawks. He even spoke with Aranai several times.
Are you suggesting his policy leanings could pose a problem?
On the contrary, he'll make a fine choice, precisely because his appearance at the front line will calm the Hawks' nerves.
Understood.
Tell Craeus he and his team will set off in 2 hours.
Chrysanthemum. Hollow brass tubes stack into mountains beyond counting.
Since the first grenade exploded in our trench, we've been dreaming of the moment when the guns fall silent and our commander calls out, "The war is over." The marshals will attend the victory banquet in His Majesty's palace. And the officers will pin shiny medals on their chests. And we will get to go home.
Out of my way, soldiers! I said make way!
His call to arms is passed through the winding trenches, passing over veterans slumped against the walls with indifference.
What's wrong?
Major Braun, the battalion commander, storms around a corner, followed by a long line of recruits with heads bowed.
Wilhelm, 2nd Company.
Jawohl, Herr Major.
Wilhelm straightens up, meeting the eyes of his commander. Major Braun points to the line of recruits behind him, their faces blank and strangely foreign.
You will be in charge of these runs from now on, and I'll need you to choose the pick of this litter to join the stormtroopers.
Jawohl, Major.
The Major claps Wilhelm on his shoulder and boldly steps up to a firing position. He clears his throat.
Soldiers! I have some bad news. Half an hour ago in Monpei, at the site of this so-called parley, our representative, Colonel Hirschfelder, was assassinated by a French sniper.
What?
Helmets swivel, voices turn from sharp whispers to despair.
How's the Traum? The devil is he talking about? How could a sniper have made it so far behind our lines?
Shh.
The Major stands above the murmurs.
Soldaten! We can't let our enemies sow fear within our ranks! Let their desperate attack bring us together and give us the strength to destroy them once and for all! They will pay in blood for what they've done!
The mingling of voices churns into an ominous hum within the trench.
Was zum Teufel? I thought this was finally going to end.
I can't. I can't even force myself to care.
With hate and rage, they scheme to destroy our fatherland. But we march against them with strength and cunning of wolves. Will you stand with me, soldiers? Will you stand for the Kaiser and for victory? They're good. You've shown me your steel, soldiers. You are the pride of the fatherland. Victory lies ahead, ready for the taking. Now take up your rifle and get back to your positions.
With his impromptu speech over, he drops down from the firing platform and leads a further cadre down the line. Cadre? Second Company's new recruits tote bags so heavy they look liable to sink into the mud. The company's vets close in to offer relief.
Ach, Frantischwein, what's that you're holding? You got a fresh tin? Eisencow? Sausages?
Stormtroopers formed by Major Willie Rohr as highly trained vanguard and pretty much wrote the book on modern infantry tactics. Cool! Their questions slide off the recruits, slipping down through the cracks of the boards at their feet. Some glance up from under oversized helmets, wide eyes locking with the tattered vets.
God, did you see the way they looked at us? It was like there was nothing behind their eyes.
Erich, did you notice? I don't think they understood a word you said.
Shameful.
Erich throws a hand in the air, shaking his head as he walks off. But Wilhelm musters up his sense of obligation as company commander, patting a recruit's helmet enthusiastically.
Come on, boys, follow me. I'll show you to your dugout. Mind the gaps on the duckboards.
Herr Hauptmann, perhaps first we should drill them on keeping their heads down and avoiding artillery? Remember how many comrades we lost in our first days?
Not now. First we need to...
Uh-oh.
Oh. Take cover! Get in there, move!
Easy button. There we go. Oh shit, it's boxes of Campbell's soup!
Got him! Himmel, you're not bulletproof! Watch my hand! I'll signal you where to run, understood? In Deckung, boys! Come on, don't just stand there, follow me! Everyone's panicked! Rudolph, give me a hand! We need to get them moving!
One character ship, 1 person foregrounds 3 steps of the, 3 stacks of deceptive facade. Sure.
Always arguing.
I'm gonna be so for real.
Do you have any requests?
A wonderful dream!
Stars. My next performance, bubbles bursting.
Oh. Got it.
Please don't.
I probably chose a really bad fight to not have a healer, huh? This is probably not great.
No. He'll know what to do.
Listen up.
We need simply rely on the microphysics of power.
Eating.
I also forgot it's a 3-man, not a 4-man.
Always arguing. No. He'll know what to do.
A blessing bestowed by
You're gonna give him so many shields.
Please.
It'll be great.
For everyone.
Ridiculous.
freaking ow, dude. No, it's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Oh, that's not what I wanted. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do...
Saxophones and... Do you have any requests? I dedicate this song to you. Eating. Listen to the melody of wind and waves.
Oh, we didn't have to survive all 20 rounds, or fucking
Great.
all the rounds. Okay, cool. That was when I was like, oh shit, do we have to like wait the entire thing out? Another body slumps to the ground. A shovel bites into the earth beside it. The sound of artillery rumbles through the woods like a distant storm.
It seems peace lies beyond our grasp.
He crouches and brushes aside some caked mud from a half-rotten arm. He doesn't notice or pays no heed to the soft scrape of metal ascending up the hill.
Charon!
His hands go still, then he rises. He lingers wordlessly on the face that greets him.
You don't remember who I am?
Your presence is familiar, but faces and names come slowly. There are so many memories here. It can be difficult to tell what is from what was.
Look, just say you forgot her name, dude.
I'll wait a little longer next time.
Marcia turns her eyes to a stone monument placed at the base of the hill. A slanted slab laid flat on the ground, etched with elegant carvings.
The Patriots. Did you make the cenotaph?
A stranger brought it here. A gift for the dead.
Hang on, give me a second. I don't actually know what a cenotaph is. Define cenotaph. A cenotaph is a monument to someone buried elsewhere, especially when commemorating people who died in a war. Oh! Interesting. Okay. Empty grave, tomb, or monument erected in honor of a person or group of people, whose remains are elsewhere or have been lost. Alright, cool.
I see.
It's one of those words that I've always come across in passing, but like if you told me to tell you what it was, I wouldn't be able to tell you what it was. So I always try to look those up as much as I can. And then I add them to my little private Discord server channel of new words, so that I can go back and remind myself of what it means.
I found your Mayor's package. Here.
She hands the figure a thin envelope, along with it a handwritten note.
A message came for you, I think. From the front. It seems your Mayor needs you to report back immediately.
Charon unfolds the note.
Jawohl. Soldiers must go where they are ordered.
Another thing. They're sending a new head of security to oversee the safe zone. His name is Kreas, a tall man with red hair. He'll be responsible for investigating the assassination. You can contact him if you need anything. The Foundation has already tightened security on every road to the town. I don't think you'll run into...
She appears once again on a weed-choked dirt path.
Any danger on your way back?
Oh shit! Hot French lady! Raincloak, rifle, that distinctive headpiece. Marcia could never mistake her.
You're...
Marcia steps forward, only to be blocked by the gravekeeper.
The dead rest here. They have seen enough violence.
You don't know what she did. She...
A burst of breathy air rushes out behind clenched teeth. Though she tries to restrain herself, her hand climbs up to the sidearm at her waist.
Do you know her?
She brought the cenotaph to honor the dead.
The stranger walks to the monument, standing perfectly still before it, and paying no heed to either of them. She pulls a single white wild chrysanthemum from her cloak. Her stone-like skin stands out against the soft petals.
Ihre Haut. Sie sieht so aus, als wäre sie aus Stein. Und dieser Kopfschmuck. Ich glaube, ich habe ihn schon einmal gesehen.
Her skin, it looks as if it were made of stone, and that headwear, I feel I've seen it elsewhere.
Könnte es sein, dass du...
Could you possibly be? Then a soft rumble, grumbling chanting. Even without hearing the words, she understands what it is. Prayer.
La coquille brisée est abandonnée, mettant fin à la pénitence, sans fin.
The broken shell is abandoned, granting an end to endless penance.
Que vos âmes traversent les arches, du sombre vers la paix.
May thy souls travel through the arches from darkness to peace.
Que votre chemin soit libre de l'œil rouge, tandis que vous aspirez au paradis.
May thy path be unfettered by eyes of red as you reach for paradise. The white flower is left at the foot of the stone. She pauses in thought, then traces a strange shape in the air. The ritual is over. The mourner turns and meets Marcia's guarded eyes.
We meet again, young chevalier.
Karan, do you know who this guy is? She sniped a dude. In times of, I wonder what her deal is, truly. In times of war, unreliable information spreads faster than truth, making it impossible to separate fact from fiction. We heard about the Sentinel. I saw her that night. Before anyone could react, old Noah was already down. The shot was unbelievable. Did you get a clear look at her? It was too dark to see much, just a figure wearing a cloak. But I'm almost certain she was carrying a Lebel rifle. She's probably on our side. I wouldn't be so sure. They say she's the one that took out General Mathis 2 weeks ago. Might be someone playing both sides. Either way, having that warmonger gone is good for us all. Ow, that hurts! Bear with it, I'm almost finished. Marcia soaks a towel in cold water and wrings it out. The wounded soldier's fever still hasn't broken. Her eyes move from one amputee to the next, checking each stump for signs of infection. Listen, another soldier cuts in, his face wrapped in bandages with only one eye visible. The Sentinel doesn't take sides because she isn't human. That's no rifle, it's a javelin or a spear, and she's got wings, silent as a bat. During the day, she turns into a stone statue. You could walk right past without noticing. But at night, she comes alive and hunts. Ever seen those church gargoyles? That's exactly what she looks like. Maybe those wings were just her cloak, the first soldier insists. It's more than that. My comrades saw bullets hit her, but she didn't even flinch, like they were hitting a solid rock. Hey, Johnny, isn't that right? Johnny? Marcia pauses before looking up. Johnny died just after dawn this morning. Okay, so she takes no sides. She has no specific loyalties. A push for peace. Inside the briefcase lies irrefutable evidence that peace is possible. Lebel, by the way. I stressed the wrong syllable. Got it. The stranger studies Marcia again.
He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh a city.
Pardon?
You possess remarkable self-control, a trait seldom seen.
A hint of approval, odd and unspoken, leaves Marcia unsure how to react.
My thanks. But I have a question.
As I have one for you.
Why did you kill the Colonel?
Answer me likewise. Why did you protect him?
Marcia gestures toward the slope to the row of crude headstones filling.
But trying to end the war.
I didn't click. Crude headstones filling the ridge.
And I as well.
You seem to mourn the dead, but you don't realize how far you've set us back. We were nearing a ceasefire.
Petals from pale flowers tumble by in the dry wind. Sentinel leads forward, gently shielding the flowers from the wind with her cloak.
6 years and the war rages still. Do you think ending bloodshed is as simple as to say, 'tis done? Have you any mind of the mission the Foundation pursues here?
We know it won't be simple. Yet each side was open to negotiation. That's why they sent...
The chuckle is wry and dark.
You placed false hope on Hirschfelder. You invited a wolf into a bed of lambs. You think his death to be the spark of a reignited war. But even if I had stayed my hand from him, your plans would have been for naught. The Manus scheme and the wicked prosper.
Manus Vindicte. You know of their plans? Then you're claiming that Hirschfelder was a Manus?
She lets the question linger long enough to feel unanswered, then the sniper begins.
He is not one of those devils. He is only one tool of many. The Manus offer the gifts of Mammon and Asmodeus, greed and destruction. Hirschfelder was tempted by their technologies and became a willing servant in their schemes.
A groan rises up from the horizon, the sound of distant artillery drumming, throbbing like the heartbeat of a wounded beast. She raises a second finger.
But others serve them unknowing, affected by an arcane skill which clouds their eyes in red mists, driven to blood and glory as a starving dog is to the hunt.
Her eyes shift to the stiff outline of a soldier as she knows Charon.
Your commander, Eberhard Braun, bears that mist.
It takes a moment for the words to find some impact. When he speaks again, there seems to be a change in his voice.
Then will you see that death comes to him, as you did Hirschfelder?
That is not yet certain. I do not kill without purpose.
Charon does not seem to find a reply, his mask concealing any trace of emotion.
What you just said about the Manus, can you confirm any of it? The Foundation could make use of any intelligence you have. We may be able to save these peace talks. But we will need proof.
All is vain. There is nothing new under the sun. When I told my commander about the Manus, all I received for my effort was scorn. Their eyes were not satisfied with seeing, nor their ears with hearing. Kings and generals yet still turn a blind eye to the suffering. If they had a shred of the light of God within them, they would never have pursued this war. As for the Foundation, that which is crooked cannot be made straight, and what is wanting cannot be numbered. I have no faith in them.
She looks away, pulling her cloak tighter.
That is all I have to say.
Spare him.
Charon speaks, the change in his voice now more acute, more vivid, and more personal.
Eberhard Braun, I need you to spare his life.
Neither mercy nor vengeance is mine to give.
It is officially 1920. I wonder at other people's impressions of this war. From what I've seen, there are two contrasting views, though in various forms. One of heroism, and the other, sadness. There is one truth which I have found bridges both of these visions. Despite how cruel it may sound, this war is the prelude of a new era. I have to believe that, because if this death and destruction so unparalleled in history does not herald change, then there is no hope for humanity.
How bleak.
The leader of the 12 stands on the streets of Montpellier, looking over where Colonel Hirschfelder was killed. By the time he arrives, all other military forces have withdrawn. Only the Foundation remains on site to guard the ruins of the town.
Blackbird, give me a hand.
As soon as I finish my bread, Beagle.
His team has already begun shoring up the town's defenses, their line pulled back to just a corner of the street.
There are 122 armed personnel available at your disposal, sir. 23 of them are Arcanists. I've brought you their profiles.
He takes the personnel file from the security staff member, eyes shifting toward the makeshift HQ flying the Foundation flag.
Right then. I'll read through these. Now get back to your position. I need eyes on our command post.
Yes, sir.
The staff member walks away, and in the same moment, a curiously armored field medic approaches.
Marsha, is it?
You recognize me, Mr. Krios?
I read your report on my way here. You're the one that encountered our sniper. Twice now, I hear.
Hey, Chanclet, thank you for the 3 streams. 3-stream streak.
Correct. I have some additional details about my encounters. The first is that I appear to have been followed out into the forest the first time. I was warned on my device just after the shooting.
Never mind that. What about the other thing?
That doesn't concern you? Fine. The other thing is that I have reason to believe our sniper is a gargoyle.
A gargoyle?
There are records of gargoyles participating in this war as part of Arcane skill response units. They're able to petrify their bodies at will, making them immune to small caliber arms. And I believe they're able to render themselves undetectable.
Sounds as if you've fought them before.
The assumption pierces her more cleanly than any bullet, but she forces the emotion down, giving an answer as truthful as she can bear.
You could say that.
It would go far to explain how she managed to enter Montpellier without being noticed. I'll have to ask HQ to send us a counter-arcanum device. She shot the Colonel, but then slipped out, leaving our own agents unharmed. You can't be sure of anything, but we can't rule out that she may possess reliable intel about the Manus.
Rush footsteps interrupt Krios' thoughts.
Mr. Krios?
The newcomer is obviously out of place, the sort of well-dressed that usually comes with fanfare.
I'm Herr Georg Kramer from the Interfactional Committee. I've come on behalf of the Reichstag to start another round of negotiation with the Foundation.
Didn't you get the message? The parley has been cancelled, Herr Kramer. Seems there's no more room for negotiations. My job now is to investigate the possible involvement of Manus Vindictae.
The visitor steps forward. Though he lowers his voice, a trace of urgency and excitement leaks through.
Precisely what I'm here for, sir. We received a warning from the Foundations that Manus Vindictae has infiltrated our armed forces and is attempting to usurp our rightful authority. I am worried this may be true. I do not intend to lie, sir. Germany lies on the verge of total collapse. Both politically and rationally speaking, we have no reason to continue this war. Yet it seems our army command is out of control. They are determined to drive this war to its bitter end, regardless of the misery and death they are causing. And I have reason to believe the Manus are behind it.
I take it Army Command is not aware of your visit then, Herr Kramer.
The observation is sharp, to the point, and quite obviously correct. Perhaps to reassert some authority, the man arches his shoulders back, adopting an almost regal pose.
I represent the majority of the Reichstag, sir, as well as the office of the Imperial Chancellor. We are united now. All we need is some hard evidence. If it can be proven to His Imperial Majesty and to the Reichskanzler that Army Command has been infiltrated by this Manus cult, I am certain we will have the authority to end this.
So, you're asking me to share the results of my investigation to root out the rotten apples in your army?
I am, sir. We will do everything we can to restart the parley once we take control.
His head bows deep and serious, though the sudden winter wind tosses his hair and collar out of place. He pulls in a deep breath.
And we're willing to reach a ceasefire on certain conditions. I assure you, I'm not just saying this because of my stance.
Sorry, give me a second. I need to review this. Interfaction Committee from Parliament, on behalf of Parliament, to start another round of negotiation, okay? A warning from the Foundation, Manus Vindictae is infiltrated. Okay, so that's the intel that was gathered, right? Army Command is out of control. They are determined to drive this war to its bitter regardless of the misery and death they're causing, and have reason to believe the Manus are behind it. Army Command is not aware of his visit. Okay. So he's here without the awareness of the Army Command. Okay. I represent the majority of Parliament, as well as the Office of the Imperial Chancellor. United now and use some evidence. If it can be proven to his Imperial Majesty, to the Chancellor that Army Command has been infiltrated by Manus, I'm certain we'll have the authority to end this. So my investigation will the apple of the I am. We'll do everything we can to restart the parliament once we take control. Okay, alright. Oh, hi, Wes!
For the sake of my country and its people, this war must be stopped.
Sorry, I needed to read. I was the political posturing went over my head the first time around, so I needed to remind myself. So Parliament, so he's a representative, so George is a representative of Parliament, and Parliament got intel that, hey, Manus Vindictae is like in your lines and shit, and then George, with that intel, suspects that the Army Command has also been infiltrated by Manus, because what we do know is that Manus is utilizing their mind control powers and tactics to prolong the war and cause more chaos for the world. So he suspects that Manus has infiltrated Army Command, so is here to negotiate a new parley on behalf of Parliament, but without the knowledge of Army Command, because Army Command might be infiltrated by Manus Vindictae. Got it. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. We're only on chapter 7. I do kind of feel like I understand that Manus Vindictae is here to drive the plot, and the fact that they're here to prolong the war is a trademark of what they've been trying to do the whole time, is again just causing more chaos and more disharmony within humanity for their own purposes, right? But I do kind of feel like, you know, everything, being, you know, Manus Vindictae mind control stuff is kind of like cheapening almost. I mean, like, I could be wrong, because we start this story being told that Manus Vindictae has infiltrated the ranks, right? And is possessing people and, you know, causing more warmongering. So, like, that's still, from what I understand, that's still word of mouth. Aside from Sentinel somehow being able to tell who's controlled by Manus Vindictae and who's not. So maybe there's some legitimacy there. But I don't know, like I know that they're meddling, but it feels with all this heavy, like, anti-war sentiment that is that this story is entrenched in so far, pun intended. It feels like using Manus Vindictae as a plot point, it's like, oh, things are only as bad as they are because Manus Vindictae is making things worse. It feels like it kind of cheapens the message a little bit. But again, we're only like 6 chapters in. But that's just kind of the sense that I'm getting so far. Like, it'd be neat if Manus Vindictae just wasn't like involved at all and this was all just like humanity in and of itself. I just feel like blaming Manus Vindictae or like getting Manus Vindictae to be like, yeah, no, it's these guys' fault that, you know, war is continuing. Makes it feel kind of like, Trincletta, that's disingenuous. I'm not opening this conversation here. What do you mean there's no such thing as anti-war fiction? Go read a book. Honestly, like, I'm not opening this discussion here. Clearly, for people who have been here watching since chapter 1, there is a heavy anti-war sentiment. Like, I'm not very well versed in anti-war, either like historical fiction or things within that genre. I'm not very well versed in it. I've only read All's Quiet on the Western Front like once when I was younger and wasn't able to parse it properly. Like, I'm not. It doesn't take an English lit degree to be able to tell that there's heavy anti-war sentiments within this story. And all I'm saying is that the existence of Manus Vindictae puppeteering both sides or whatever in order to make the war worse cheapens the message a little bit. It's like, it's not humanity itself, it's not disagreements, it's not pride, it's not ego, it's Manus Vindictae that's making the war bad. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, the war would be so much better if Manus Vindictae wasn't here. It's like, no, it's still war. But anyway, that's kind of the sense that I'm getting. I think a really cool plot point would be to reveal that, like, Manus Vindictae barely had anything to do with it, and it was just the inhumanity of man itself that's been perpetuating things and making things worse in this alternate timeline. I don't think that's where they're gonna go with it. I feel like Manus Vindictae is responsible for everything and is making things worse, but that's where I stand right now. But I want to see where it goes. You could view the Manus as war of profiteers. That's true. That's true. It is ad break time. If you don't know how ad breaks work here, I just take a break for 3 minutes. I do not continue the story. I'm probably going to go and do some of the side stuff while you guys are gone for 3 minutes until you guys get back. So I'll see you in 3. Alright. What do we got here? The ominous boom of artillery rolls again beyond the horizon. Once more, we can't tell who's attacking or who's defending, and we never know whether a stray shell will fall on our heads and blow the whole place to bits. That war is miles away, but I swear the chaos and gunfire sound like they're right here in my ear. Oh, kinda hungry. Think I'll get some hot onion soup. From Patrol Squad, innumerable radio signals are transmitted from the front every day, but due to the technological limitations of this era, we're unable to receive all of them. We request that you lend your talents to help us receive them as you can. Okay, yes, it's just a... Oh, right, I have to do fucking everybody else. The sniper known as Sentinel shares critical intelligence about Manus Vindictae. Meanwhile, 12 Squad arrives in the now deserted Montpé. Not to mention blatant greed, a lot of the sides got in on one side or the other and just lying around trying to be so much worse. Right where the Manus is profiteering from the chaos. Okay, yeah, okay, that's a good way. That's a good way of interpreting it. I think again, like, I understand Manus Vindictae's position here. They're not just there to be observers; they're there to actively fuck things up and make things worse. Like, I get that. Oh, wait, there's, like, different sections in here. Hang on, I missed that. I missed the fact there's, like, different little subsections in here. Hang on. Ceasefire negotiations at standstill. Unexpected bullet finds its mark. Assassination safe zone regrettable. Based on current finds, we determined there are no failures in our security protocols. Still, we intend to pursue the suspect and further study their methods so we can improve safeguards and prevent future incidents. Given the threat posed by Manus Vindictae, the friend urgently needs arcane items capable of countering them. We can put us. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna. I think these are just like. little things here. Young men finds himself surrounded by unidentified troops in the forest, outgunned and outnumbered. Mysterious sniper rescues her and begins asking questions. Okay, so this all— oh shit, this is all happening the same fucking day. Oh, okay, so it's these little notches here. Okay. More personnel. You're like a baby. What are you doing out here? Oh, it's Wikipedia. Situation on the front of Grimm is to develop countermeasures to preserve these records for the future. We need someone to organize and archive current footage. Recommend close cooperation with the war photographers and the families. Maybe I should stop joking about being an obsessive nerd because they started treating me like one. Isn't organizing files something for the office clerks to do? Why they give it to me? Oh, I get it. They just can't handle all the bloody gruesome stuff. Makes sense. A logical job assignment. Now I'm actually looking forward to seeing what that ghostly guy can do. Oh my god. I always thought Horrorpedia and like Click should like chat. I think they'd be friends. Greater Squad has been reassigned to the Eastern Front and will be coming to the West anytime soon. Welcome back, everybody. Letter Page was delivering me. Yeah, but still, she's a baby. He asked me if she think I was going to replace them. Speaking of which, was Grace of the Western Front. A shady 12 squad, huh? Manic soldier sniper all converged to the graveyard. Assassin shows no hostility. She's simply come to mourn. Oh, there's Click! Foundation hopes to stay informed and real-time visual data. Given her state, it's difficult. Do we really need to subject Click to that? Hasn't he suffered enough? I don't think he feels anything anymore. Also, he's a ghost. He's kind of like Charon, actually. If Charon's actually like dead and that wasn't hyperbole. Like, he's one of the safest people to send out there because he can't fucking die. Ominous bloom of artillery rolls again beyond the horizon. Once more, we cannot tell. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no, I've read this already. So you've seen this one already. Okay. Okay, perfect. We're all caught up. Welcome back, everybody. Under the Veil. The bullet spares neither the kind nor the cruel. All are caught in the same tragic fate. Oh, subject him to Horrorpedia! True. You also send the cancer patient to deliver mail.
In the
That's also
first
true.
3 months, I had no idea who I was fighting, or what lay on the other side of the trenches. It was as if there were a black wall standing between us and our enemy. They could attack at any time. I can't sleep. I don't want to die. I don't want to see their faces. I don't want to know what our enemy looks like. And worst of all, I don't know why.
Okay, I'm not sure why it wasn't apparent to me before now, or like rather until now, that I think Charon is writing, like, this was before he died. Sorry, maybe that was obvious. It didn't click for me until just now. That, like, this is like his journal entries or reminiscence from before he died and turned into what he is now. By the time Charon returns to the trenches, the most recent bombardment has already ended. A trench can never really be called calm, but the rattle of machine guns and the crack of rifles slow and fade into the background. The shelling hasn't changed much. A few new craters to replace the old ones.
Ach so. You're back, Mailman. Tell us, where did you take little Franz?
The guy who died at the very start, yeah.
He lies beneath stone, in a silent wood, and marches no more.
I'm not sure if it's before or after for the narration by Charon. Oh, okay. I'll keep an eye on it. Eric grunts out a reply. He's standing in Franz's boots, freshly shined.
Huh. I bet Herr Wille you take the opportunity to keep walking and never come back. Lucky me.
Where is he?
He's dead. I guess you'll call me Herr Hauptmann now.
Oh! Oh, Willie's dead! Eric casts his eyes to a new crater decorating their trench.
Caught a shell. Just like that.
Eric's face pales and then runs flush red, throbbing veins straining out along his forehead.
Lucky me. And lucky him. That Schweinhund.
He rushes to Charon, grabbing him by the collar.
Stirbt. Und wem soll ich jetzt meinen verdammten Sold geben? Warum bist du überhaupt zurückgekommen?
Wir haben schon genug Geister in diesem verdammten Schützengraben.
He died, and now who do I pay up to? Why'd you even bother coming back? We have enough ghosts in this goddamn trench. Eric pulls Charon up and tosses him against the trench wall.
Du schlenderst hier einfach durch und holst unsere Brüder.
You waltz through here whenever you like, just to take away our brothers.
Warum?
You bury them. Why?
Warum darfst du zurückkehren?
Why do you
Und
get
sie
to
bleiben
return and
tot?
they stay dead? Are you
Willst
mocking
du uns
us?
verhöhnen?
Charon slumps but does not fall, making no effort to fight against Eric's strength.
Der Tod verspottet nicht.
Death does not
Und
mock,
kann auch nicht
nor
aufhören,
can it stop its
zurückzukehren.
return.
Ist
It is
ebenso
as
machtlos wie
helpless
jeder andere
as any other
Soldat,
soldier
seinen
to do
Dienst zu
his duty.
erfüllen. Welches Schicksal uns erwartet,
What
bleibt
fate lies
verborgen.
ahead of us is unknown.
Sein verschlungener
Its
Pfad
winding
zeigt
path
sich
cannot be
erst,
seen
wenn
until
wir
we
ihn
step through it.
betreten.
None
Niemand
choose the
wählt die
hour
Stunde,
when
in der
death
der
finds
Tod ihn
us.
findet.
Scheiße!
Accursed, flat and empty, and just like that, the fire and fury are gone from him. Soldiers walk by, look away, and continue their work. 100 pairs of eyes, and each of them numb to the chaotic scene.
I just want to keep myself in one piece when my time comes.
One piece.
Better make sure I look good for my funeral, right? Now, off you go.
Sir, there's movement coming from no man's land.
The spotter interrupts their standoff, handing Eric a trench periscope.
What?
Eric grabs the scope and crouches up to a nearby parapet.
That's just 2 soldiers. Could it be a trench raid?
I don't think so, Herr Hauptmann. Why would they go over the top in broad daylight? Look, they're waving their arms.
Huh? What are they doing? Wait. Their hands are wrapped in bandages.
Are you surrendering?
Is that a problem?
Eric returns the periscope to the spotter.
Keep your eye on them, soldier. I think I know what's going on.
The living walk over dead men's ground.
Deserters, I'll bet. I heard some soldiers used to shoot their own palms so they could be sent back to the rear. But they reward that kind of cowardice with bullets nowadays.
Do they come seeking death or life?
With all the officers keeping their heads low, maybe they decided they don't want to do the punishing themselves. Just kick these poor bastards out of the trench and tell them to walk till they drop.
Old and new memories intertwine in Charon's mind, forming an incomplete but certain thought.
They do not march to us as warriors, but as broken men.
You're right. Pass it down the line. Does anyone here speak French?
Oui, a little. I took some French back in school.
Schnell, say something.
Ja, Herr Hauptmann.
The spotter presses his head against the sandbags, trying to project his voice through the firing slit.
Hey, toi, là-bas. Lâchez vos armes et venez ici. Nous. What?
Verdammt, who the hell shot him?
Oh, fuck! Voices carried from around the trench line.
What are you waiting for, soldier?
The major's face is ashen and stiff.
I killed him.
Rudolph stammers out the words, lying propped up against a sandbag, wisps of gray smoke lingering out from his shaking rifle. His glasses are thick as a church window, and still he's the best marksman in the company.
It's the other bastard still standing. Are you blind?
Major Braun, what the fuck?
But, Herr Major, he surrendered. He dropped his weapon.
It's a trap, you idiot. They have a bomb or some kind of infectious disease. Do you want to keep him, soldier? You going to share your rations with him?
Herr Major, we're supposed to accept all prisoners. There are camps to send them to, or even the safe zone.
He pulls his pistol and points it at the marksman's chest.
That was an order, soldier. You are to shoot that foreign devil, or I'll send you out to test if their snipers are as spineless as you are.
Hey.
Major.
Rasping voices ripple down the trench as bodies make way for a figure moving like a charge in slow motion. Major Braun turns toward the sound.
Carl, what took you so long? Don't you know I could have you shot for dereliction of duty?
Punish the guilty then. But the man that stands alone is innocent. Spare him.
The statement is stunning in its sharpness. Defiance is not a trait Major Braun has come to expect from him.
You are not entitled to challenge my authority, Sergeant.
His war is over. His blood should not water these fields.
Feiglinge!
Major Braun strides forward in a single step, boots thudding against the trench's wooden planks.
Verdammt! You're just like those foreigners, poisoning the hearts of our youth with feckless sentimentality. Your weakness, this fatalism, is a plague spreading through our ranks.
See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. This would hit a lot harder if it weren't for the fact that allegedly he's mind-controlled by Manus Vindictae. Like, this is just, like, fascist rhetoric. Which is perfectly in place at the time. But no, guys, it's because he's mind-controlled by Manus Vindictae. Do you see what I mean?
That man over there is a threat to our fatherland, yet you plead for his life.
A single unblinking stare sweeps over the gathered soldiers, cowing each man into silence.
I won't let this cowardice ruin our nation. We will keep fighting until no man alive stands against us. Only through their blood and our tireless sacrifice will we grow fearless and retrieve the glory of our birthright.
There is no glory for the dead, Eberhard. Only suffering, guilt, and regret for those that remain. No courage is found in the blood of the innocent. Only stains that can never be washed out.
Unsinn!
I remember you. Major Braun, my old friend, would never say these things. What lies were whispered in your ears by Manus Vindictae?
Shut up! That's slander! Who told you that?
I do not slander you, Herr Major.
Explain yourself! Explain all of this!
The man roars, and for a second time, Charon is slammed against the trench wall.
Lügen! Manus Vindictae! Was soll das heißen?
These are not your eyes.
Antworter!
But this man's fire does not temper, it bursts. Charon reacts too slowly to evade the pistol as it is smashed across his head. Major Braun's eyes are fixed on the pistol in his hand, anger replaced with shock. Charon, now wounded, raises his hand to meet his bowed head. Beneath the curtain, something seems to crack.
Raise your head, Sergeant.
Eberhard.
Do not call me that. I am your superior officer. Verdammt! Obey my orders.
It should not have been this way.
He raises his head. The movement is heavy and labored. A hollow and foreboding presence seems to fill the trench around them.
Gott. Im Himmel. This is not a sight fit for the living, Eberhard. But perhaps you must be reminded.
No! Your face! Cover it now!
Do you remember the fear as bombs exploded by our sides? The pain when our brothers moaned out their last breaths? Have you forgotten? Or have you only hardened your heart?
This war is... Sacrifice is necessary for a nation to make progress. Every soldier who has died for the fatherland should feel honored for their sacrifice. You should have been honored, Paul.
Jetzt sprechen wir nicht von
We do not
Opfer.
speak of sacrifice now.
Der Tod ist keine Ehre.
Death is not honored.
Kennt kein Ritual.
Death knows no ceremony and holds no virtues. It is emptiness and void.
Der Krieg hat uns den
You have
Tod
become
zu
so
sehr zur
numb to death
Gewohnheit
that you
gemacht.
laugh as it walks among us. It is so close to you that you have mistaken it for life, Eberhard.
Ganz gleich wie
There is
dieser
nothing
Krieg
to be
endet.
gained from this war that will
Wir
pay
haben
for what we
bereits
have already lost.
Ich bin dein
You want me dead? Then kill me.
Vorgesetzter.
Do it.
Du willst mich töten? Dann tu es.
Der Tod wird dich
Death will
nicht
not
retten,
save you, old
mein
friend.
Freund, mein Freund.
I want you to save yourself. Oh, that was fucking cool. The other soldiers huddle to the side. Major Braun collapses to the ground. His eyes swirl and then go blank, looking up and nowhere at the same time. His face is bone white and stiff as a corpse. Charon kneels over him and closes his eyes, emotion all too familiar to those watching. Is he dead?
What the hell just happened?
Rudolph peeks out from the crowd, managing a question both timid and brave.
Is Major Braun dead? Charon, you didn't...
Did you?
Charon stands, deliberately facing away from the crowd, replacing his mask and hood with careful precision.
He will live. We will leave here together. You have command, Erich. Make the right choices. I don't want you to see what lies beneath. Please, look away.
Words bulge at the edge of Eric's lips, but he swallows them back. All others stand stunned and silent as Charon departs with Major Braun in tow.
All right. Someone grab that deserter. I'll search him. Show's over. Move it, soldiers. That poor sap is still waiting. Ausführung.
Shit! He showed Braun the literal face of death, bro. War crimes will be punished with exposure to the horrors. Oh boy.
Look at these boys. They left home with puffed chests and confident smiles on their faces, thinking they'd go to the front, pull a few triggers, kill a few enemies, and but when their feet hit the soil, they turned pacifist, it seems, wounding their own hands rather than their enemies. Their mothers should have begged them to stay, not waved their handkerchiefs to see them off.
They had no choice.
Really? You think death is the only option? What could possibly be the point in that?
A mother's rage.
Don't tell me you believe there's glory in dying on the battlefield. The thought makes me sick. Look there. At the lifeless body laid flat in the mud.
Oh, I wonder if she's like just a mother of a soldier. That would be interesting.
He couldn't even muster the courage to flee. So he bribed a fellow soldier, a man he barely knew, with 3 cigarettes to surrender with him. He died, killed in a moment of pure, senseless hatred.
Oh, that was the guy, people we just saw.
And the other lived, saved by a flicker of mercy. Where should his mother aim her grief? At the officer who changed his mind just a moment too late? Huh. The officer will be pardoned. They'll say he, too, was a victim of this endless, miserable cycle of hatred. So tell me, please tell me, to whom this rage should go, and I will take this kitchen knife and plunge it into their heart.
Jesus. Death of the young. Both life and death are equally insignificant.
Don't worry so much, Paul. We'll find glory on the battlefield. No man can stop us as long as we stick together. Come on, let's join the war and prove ourselves to Herr Mühlenberger. Think how proud your parents will be. Their son, a war hero. Eberhard! Verdammt! Where's Dietrich? He and Becker are dead. Grab that gun. We need to go. Move!
I'm gonna hit auto on this.
Do you think we'll win, Paul?
I don't know, mein Freund. I think I just want to go home.
Dietrich, Bethke, and Elvin.
What did they die for if we just give up? Hang in there, Paul. The only way to make their sacrifice count is to win. We promised we'd go home together. Paul! Paul!
Major, the past is in the past. You can't change anything by letting yourself be overcome by sorrow. Don't forget that victory is the only thing that matters, and we can give it to you.
Is that guy from Manus Vindictae? I've recognized that
Give
voice.
it to me. How?
I'll make you a true hero, one without fear or hesitation.
Smoke and blood fade into the distance. Okay, so they were friends, or rather they joined the war together. Eberhard lies on a wooden board dragged by some unseen force. He swallows air like a drowning man, and immediately the foul stench of decay fills his lungs. The dragging stops.
You're awake.
Paul?
But the man behind the mask says nothing. He only offers a hand.
My head hurts.
Eberhard struggles to adjust to his surroundings, taking a long time to find focus.
Where are you taking me?
Mompe, the Foundation may have some cure for the spell you have fallen under.
No. No.
Still dazed after the ordeal, he can only mutter in denial. He looks around, searching for something to brace against, eventually finding the ground. He takes off his hat and scratches his straw-like golden hair.
Gott im Himmel. What did I do?
He still can't find his breath, each gasp of air only making the choking sensation worse.
That deserter. I ordered Rudolph to pull the trigger, but I was the one who killed him.
The other lives. Eri saw to that.
He wasn't the only one. So many have died. And I was the one that sent them to their death.
Eberhard lowers his head, holding his gaze at a small patch of soil beneath him. Caron watches him, adjusting his dark cloak.
Do you remember, Paul? There was a poem. Like Goethe... No, Schiller, maybe. Ah, those days at school feel like a fairy tale now. Herr Mühlenberger asked you and Dietrich to write it out on the blackboard. You two didn't even know where to start. I remember, I thought he was going to snap you both in two. Just a few months later, we were here. Dietrich died that very first day. Do you remember how we cried that night? We thought it would be the saddest day of our lives. We ran out of tears before anything else. Mir ist kalt, Paul.
Die Angst kehrt zurück.
A fear long absent
Halte
is
sie
growing
fest.
inside you again.
Sie wird dich
Hold
wärmen.
on to it, you'll warm up. Eberhard clenches his teeth and braces himself.
This is the place you found, isn't it? Where Franz was buried.
He lies below us.
There are so many graves. But I am still alive. Why, Paul? Why am I not lying among them?
Welcome to chat, Kiyomi Takada. Kiyomi Takada, 69. After this chapter here, I'll give you just a short little crash course on building characters.
The living speak of luck. The rest are silent.
The answer doesn't satisfy, but the lone survivor cannot find a new question. After a long silence, he speaks again.
I wish I could forget it all now. If I didn't know what happened, I wouldn't... No. No, it's not right for me to ask that. But I'm still alive. Is there anything I can do for them?
That isn't a question for the dead. I can't tell you what to do, Eberhard.
Eberhard reaches into his coat pocket but finds it empty. He stifles a helpless grunt.
You mentioned Manus Vindicte.
You remember?
They turned me into a fascist. It wasn't me.
What about the Foundation? You talked to them too, right? Do you really think they can stop this war?
They pursue peace, but it cannot be found by their efforts alone.
He turns from the hill to the woods. Through the thicket and further lies the town of Montpay. Eberhard closes his eyes and waits for his thoughts to settle.
Come on. Let's go see Montpay again. I was about to pay a visit to Herr Mühlenberger when someone from Army Command said the colonel wanted to see me.
Uh-oh.
I was taken to a meeting room with many other officers. I recognized them. I knew many had just been promoted like me. Colonel Hirschfelder showed up to give us a speech. Yeah. The same colonel who was assassinated after the parley. The time has come when our nation calls for heroes, he said. With our foremost goal to create a prosperous new world for our children. We have fought valiantly. And now the war turns in our favor. We stand but one step away from total victory, yet it is at this very moment that our soldiers have lost their courage. They waste their time looting every barn, cellar, and shed in search of treasure, and drink to numb their fears, delaying our operations. Their greed and cowardice have spread through our army like a malignant tumor. Fortunately, we have found a cure. An organization that believes in the promise of our victory has provided us with an extraordinary development. That's all I remember. I don't have a mind for technology, but it just washed the fear off me. Thinking about it now, we must have been like lab rats to them. As soon as they finished their ritual, we became so sure of our victory that we began yelling and singing as one. We were just fresh-faced boys again, thirsty for a war we'd forgotten.
The hiss of static echoes through the spacious room, then fades.
I think that's enough for now. That was a recording from a German major we encountered in Montpay. I intend to submit a report with full details, including his entire statement and an explanation for our inquiries.
The head of the frontline investigation quiets, awaiting further instructions from the decision-makers at the rear.
Manus Vindicte is moving quicker than any of us could have imagined.
But none of these make sense.
Pedra has returned from the front, still shaken from the assassination attempt.
If they came to this era at the same time as we did, how could they have already infiltrated the military higher-ups in such a short time?
We've already theorized that Arcana may now possess the power to rewrite history. which means going forward, any records from history as we once knew it will be unreliable for estimating their strengths.
Yeah, it is weird. It is weird they... Well, it is weird they called it an attempt. That guy's fucking dead. Pedro falls into heavy silence.
Pedro, what were the other representatives' opinions concerning Manus Vindictae?
They all denied its existence.
Of course they did.
I see. It seems as though we're left with no other option but to change policies.
No, we can't resort to such radical measures.
The Dove's representative states his position in advance.
The Foundation risks alienating any potential allies if we act too aggressively now. This war will not be the end of our fight. We will need to rely on their cooperation in the future, and that requires trust and a sense of security.
On the subject of governments, I have some news to report.
Creus' voice resurfaces in the conference hall.
A man of the Interfactional Committee paid a secret visit to Morpé, hoping to obtain intel about the Manus.
Oh, that's George, right, okay.
A secret visit?
As a fellow politician, Pedro immediately grasps the true intent behind their visit.
What did they say? Do they intend to use our intel against the heads of their army command?
You've guessed it. If their government manages to rein in the army, it'll be much easier to reach a ceasefire.
But if anyone were to find out, we might be accused of interfering in their internal affairs. Have you considered that, Creus?
Officially, the Foundation never made any contact with their government. All I did was have a candid conversation with a man about my concerns for his people.
He stresses one key detail.
At any rate, they haven't any reason to expose their cooperation with us.
There are simply too many uncertainties to consider.
The politician, accustomed to checks and balances, catches the implication of a factional dispute.
History will only be restored to its rightful track if the peaceful factions on each side can rise to power and stop this war. This has been our goal from the beginning. It doesn't matter which era we end up in. We always benefit from a political climate that is friendly to the Foundation. That's undeniable. What do you think, Pedro?
He removes his glasses and rubs his eyes.
I might be able to persuade some of the other committee members to support this proposal. If we're certain of this course of action, then we'll have to provide intel to those seeking peace, in all governments involved.
Good. No faction should put their own goals above those of the Foundation's. We'll need more to verify that Major's statement. Send investigators to search other regions and report everything they see. Creus, continue your investigation. Follow every possible lead.
Understood. We'll dig up whatever they have buried.
Alright. Kiyomi, are you still in chat? Also, thank you, chat, for helping out, Kiyomi while we're doing this chapter. Kiyomi, let me know if you're still here.
I bet you the weather's gonna clear up in 3 hours.
Kiyomi might be dead. Oh, that's fine. We continue onwards. Oh wait, another one. Alright. Chapter 9, Paths Crossed. Whispers of movement lost beneath the clamor of calamity. Night falls and creatures stir. Not far away, there is another shadow hiding in the forest. Under the cover of night, perhaps you would be taken for a withered tree trunk. But gargoyles belong to the night. They recognize one another with ease in the dimness.
Un homme est proclamé coupable, et pour cela condamné à mort, près même de la justice d'un procès. Son exécution est survenue telle en vain, le réduisant au silence avant qu'il ait pu prononcer un mot de repentir.
A man is proclaimed guilty, and for this he is condemned to death, denied even the justice of a trial. His execution came as a wind, silencing him ere he might utter a word of repentance.
Et c'est cela que tu appelles la justice?
And this thou wouldst call righteousness.
Leave me be, Ladislas.
She shrugs the heavy question off.
Hast thou reflected on thine actions? Meeting eye for eye and tooth for tooth. Is it justice or vengeance still?
Do you think so little of me, that I would call it justice, even were it not so? Blame me then, cousin. Damn and condemn me. I care not.
Okay, got it. So that's her cousin, and her cousin's like, yo, you killed that guy! And she's like, yeah?
Never would I damn thee, cousin. For it is thy soul for which I am most concerned. I fear it doth wither with every act of malice. Hark and listen well. Dost thou forget the nature of our unholy ancestry? We are the kin of demons. 1,000 years hence, and their malevolence yet floweth thickened in our veins. And their whispers pricketh still our ears in the silence.
Then answer me this question, dear cousin. You stand before the scales of a balance. On one pan, the lives of 10 men, and on the other, 100. If you had the power to shift its weight to save the money, would you?
A question that is heavy-laced with blasphemies. Hast thou already bent thine ear to the devil's lies?
Answer me, cousin. Elsewise, there is nothing more that needs to be said.
Ladislas furrows his brow and lowers his head, lips motioning the words of a prayer.
Silence? Are you truly so naive? The scales are laying far heavier for those in the throes of war. Yet you have not even the courage to answer a simple question. I'm afraid you have mistaken your weakness for virtue.
Trolley problem in my reverse 999?
Go back to the monastery, Ladislas. This is war. Red in tooth and claw. And your heart proves too quick to kindle.
Ladislas vanishes into the dark with a sigh, his form melting into the night. The gargoyle soldier leans against a tree for a brief rest. In the crook of its branches, she begins to slowly turn to stone.
You are again at odds, it seems.
A voice rings in her ears. It speaks without a source, coming from neither place nor person.
'Twas not a battle, I thought.
Our cousin is more learned than either of we two, but he lacks in courage compared to thee, most daring of us all.
I do not deny his learnedness. But there are neither letters nor prose that might aid my mission.
Thou burnest too short a wick, and the flames of perdition rise to meet thee. I fear for thee, Marie, that thou go forth to a battle that will consume thee, whether in defeat or in triumph. Marcel, Antoine, and Yvonne, they once promised to return as thou didst. Yet they fell all the same, each after the last. Yvonne was taken before she had even tasted battle.
Let remorse consume me if it must. But God willing, I will see the end of this war first. Ere then, the fear of regret will not stay me. Not now. And perhaps, on that day when peace finally comes, he will return to us.
The voice vanishes in the night's breeze. She would not hear it again this night. She shakes off the scales of stone and resumes the march toward her next lead. Paravian lays out a local... Hey, hang on, I wasn't done! Paravian lays out a local strategic map over the table. Cryus, picks up a handful of bullets, placing the first on Montpay.
Major Brown was able to recall some of the locations that may have been used by the Menace. His coordinates aren't what anyone would call precise, so he'd best start searching ASAP. Chester, you'll take the forest. Casper will be expecting you on the edge.
One bullet stands upright on a spot marked as forest.
On it.
Camilla, Lee, you'll search from here and move along the river.
We'll get it done, sir.
Each new order is marked by another round placed upright on the table.
Charles, Amanda, you're on Hill 299. You'll need to cross no man's land to get there. Make sure you establish your identity with both sides in advance to avoid friendly fire.
Understood.
The crowded room empties order by order, bullet by bullet, until only the last round remains.
Paravian.
Yes, sir.
I want you on this village. Take Marsha with you. She's a skilled combatant as well as a medic. You can count on each other.
Yes, sir.
Paravian exits, leaving one person remaining without orders. The young soldier locks eyes with his superior, an unspoken relief written on his face.
So, does that mean I'll remain on standby in Montpay?
Oh, it's her!
Yes. I need someone coordinating the defense of this town should the Menace attack.
Oh.
Relief turns into dread.
Is this it?
I believe so. Let's get on with it.
The village around them still carries the signs of lush wilderness and gentle fields, a place of abundance and safety, once.
Watch my six.
The two draw weapons and enter from the side. The investigators are not stopped in any way, and if they hadn't been instructed to do so, they would have just treated this place as another forgotten remnant of better days.
This place is empty. It's heartbreaking to see it so quiet.
We're ahead of schedule. Let's start by checking the houses, one by one.
Why does it look like fucking Artem from Tears of Themis?
Good. Find anything?
Only some letters I can't read. I guess they didn't have time to post them before they left.
There were some small arms in the basement. All of them older models and rusty. The ammo was damp.
Marsha holds her gaze on an empty warehouse.
This place had to have been looted more than a few times. The only valuables left are the ones too heavy to move.
So basically there's nothing here. What do the Menace want it for?
She shakes her head in frustration.
I was rushed through the investigator training before being sent to Montpay. It's possible I missed something.
The young man tries to console her, but his smile is stiff.
Don't worry, you're doing fine. Mr. Cryus always says training is no match for experience. Blackbird is a prime example. I mean, Meryl. You met her back in Montpay. She's been through all the training the Foundation could throw at her, but she still isn't ready for the battlefield. I probably shouldn't say, but she nearly went mental during the Antarctic operation.
Yeah, that's fair.
The battlefield is crueler than ordinary people can imagine. A few weeks of military training just isn't enough.
Paravian follows the topic and broaches a question he's long been holding back.
So, what's your deal? I know you came from some order with special arcane training. You can freeze your fear and pain, emotional stuff during battle until you feel safe. I only skimmed through the briefing. Is that right?
Oh, that's cool as shit. Yeah, that's cool as shit.
It's more complicated than that. But I'm not sure I'd like to get into it now.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
No need to apologize. Just... Do you think we missed anything?
Well, let's take a minute. What could they even possibly hide here? Arms? Chemical weapons? Secret files? Or gear smuggled back from the future?
much about Manus Vindictae or the future.
There's a sudden ear-splitting pop followed by a thundering explosion as rocks spatter across her armor.
Incoming!
Armored vehicle, 200 meters northwest of the village. Take cover!
She's got battle meditation. That's what it feels like. I thought that was just kind of like a meditative sort of thing. I didn't know it was like an actual arcane power. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
The puppy wishes to come along.
Handy.
Oh wait, that's what I want.
En todos los momentos. The show's on, Hound.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Cosmología, filosofía clásica, el fundamento del mundo. Time waits for no one, even for a great people. Time waits for no one, even for a great people. My work, I take it?
You retreat. At least one of us needs to make it back to report this. On my signal, you run, I'll cover you.
Deafening gunshot.
Incoming!
There we go.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo, el camino a Tlón. Nuestro adversario es el tiempo. En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltalo todo una vez más. Don't interrupt me.
Wait, that wasn't enemy fire.
Uh-oh.
There's a breach in the armor. See? It's slowing down.
This may be our only chance, Marsha.
You got goop all over your tank vehicle. Just in case you didn't notice.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Plan A. Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo. 3, 2, 1, down.
I bring you victory, as promised.
I'm afraid I only have turnip stew to serve you. I will add a few sausage scraps to your bowl, however. Here. Now go. It's best you leave before another battle breaks out.
Already?
Is there something else you want from me? You know what? Since you're so fond of visiting, take the chair you're sitting on. Even through the coldest winters, that chair was spared the fire. Perhaps it was meant for you. Right. Since you insist on staying, I will go to the market and see what I can find. Sit here for a while longer if you like. Prepare for a lifelong stay, even. With any luck, this place will become your grave by the time the next farce ends.
Chapter 10, The Devil's Work. Sounds both gentle and harsh, the whispering wind and rustling grass. Thick, acrid smoke billows from the wreckage of the armored vehicle. Marcia braces herself in the pile of debris, all at once letting herself feel the sharp, tearing pain in her shoulder.
It's over. Someone helped us. Parabian, are you alright?
She looks across the road. Just ahead, the young man is pinned under a heavy beam.
Stay put, Marsha. You're bleeding. I can get myself out.
Paravian strains with all his strength but can't move the timber an inch.
We're all clear. Let me help you.
Don't fuss over me. It's just a bit of wood. You need to stay put. Your head and shoulder are bleeding.
What? Am I hurt?
Marcia staggers to her feet.
I'm feeling faint.
She reaches for the top of her head.
It seems you're right. I'm bleeding profusely from several wounds. That's what I get for suppressing all my pain. So, just a little shrapnel. Nothing too serious.
Treat your wounds first, Marcia.
Understood.
She leans back on a pile of fallen bricks, her head swaying until it slumps.
I'll be alright. I just need a little rest. Huh?
Her gaze lifts up to a pair of boots. Then the sizable barrel of an anti-tank rifle. She looks up.
You, again.
She struggles to her feet.
Sit.
Her legs buckle, leaving her braced up against the debris.
You saved us. Thank you.
Again, stop following me, but thank you.
What brought you here?
Collecting intel on Manus Vindictae.
Have you no reckoning on the danger in this place?
Marcia shakes her head.
Imbecile. You might well have prayed your last in that battle.
Let go!
Huh?
Who's that there?
Sentinel turns, spotting a figure emerging from the armored vehicle's smoking shell.
Let me go! You're gonna get me killed!
At his feet lies a wounded soldier in the same black uniform.
No! Sterling, please!
Oh, shit! The wounded man's cries are cut short. Sterling turns two manic, bloodshot eyes toward the advancing sniper.
Fuck!
A bullet strikes the gargoyle clean through her abdomen, but it draws no blood. Instead, chips of stony debris fall out from the wound.
What the hell? You goddamn monster!
The man's eyes go wider still as he turns to flee. She does not give chase. She walks to Paravian and lifts the beam from his body.
Thanks. Who are you? Are you with the Foundation?
The young man finds his answer in her grim and stony face.
Stay here and tend to your comrade. I will tend to our enemies.
Windmill Plain.
Are we the only ones left? Where's Colton? Dead! Now get the lead out and run!
Was that the guy you shot?
She's coming at us! She's coming! Shoot her, Eugen! Shoot her! I can't see her. Where are we running? Look! There's an old mill ahead. We'll regroup there to intercept her. Keep running, you idiot! I see her now. She's there. Die! You idiot! My hand!
An old windmill lies just ahead, refuge in his panicked mind.
For the wicked flee, and I pursueth.
Another bullet strikes her shoulder and glances off in another spray of stone.
Why won't you die, you devil?
A devil, you call me? What are you, then?
What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground.
You who discord between nations and plot schemes for the undoing of man. Who then is your master?
She steps closer.
For if you do the devil's work, are you not a devil like me? J'ai pitié de vous. Repent and you may yet find mercy in the judgment of the Lord.
And now art thou cursed from the earth.
What the hell do you want? Back off!
Sterling, isn't it? You need not fear me. You still have time.
Which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand.
Repent and you may yet be saved. Speak.
What are you talking about? What do you want from me?
When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength.
The soldier tumbles to the ground. As he scrambles, he launches into a desperate prayer.
Answer me. For what purpose does Manus Vindicte drive the world to war and ruin?
Mother of Resurrection. The Guiding One.
The prayer follows a pattern she knows by heart, yet the name he speaks is strange.
Please have mercy on your humble servant. I pray for a miracle, a ladder into your eternal kingdom. I hereby offer my life to you. Please save me from desperation and take me to the Golden Era.
A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth.
He saves the last bullet for himself.
A blasphemer to the end.
Miss Sentinel? Miss Sentinel!
Okay, I'm not entirely sure what that little section there was about. For some context, gargoyles are built upon churches because they are guardians of the Christian god. That they are what devils fear. Got it. Okay. Who's speaking to her? I guess we'll find out. But it is ad break time. If you don't know how ad breaks work here, I just stop playing for 3 minutes so you don't miss anything, any part of the story. I'll see you in 3. Okay, perfect. Oh my god, this all took place within like a couple of days. Hang on. Because we did this one. We did this one. Did we do this one? We did. What about this one? Not yet. Only no sweat. My rations again. You still had food worth stealing? That's impressive. I was saying that on purpose. Now what am I supposed to do? Don't worry, we'll get another supply drop in a couple of days. You haven't heard? Our logistics depot got hit. No more resupply. Let's go steal Leonard's food. 2 deserting soldiers flee toward the other side's trenches. Their commander, lost in a red haze of madness, orders them gunned down. Charon steps in to halt the slaughter. Okay, I keep forgetting how to pronounce his name. Charon? Charon. Wait, so are these 2 soldiers the ones... Were they the ones that, got shot in the showdown? Well, I guess it wasn't really a showdown. Because we had a couple of anecdotes from them before. If I can find them. Yeah, these 2. Rory and Fabian. Unspoken cause of death for officers on the battlefield killed by their own men. There are many reasons. As morale is low, some troops may turn their anger on the brass. Deserters get caught and lash out to survive. Far too often, an officer barks out a seemingly suicidal order, and his men turn their guns on him instead. Amid silent graves, Major slowly returns to himself. His recovery leads him to Montpé, where he shares vital intelligence with Foundation. Oh, okay. So seeing Charon, like, broke the mind control? Was it seeing Charon, or was it because it was Charon and, like, his best friend from the war zone? Guided by this information, Marcia and 12 squads Beagle Scout an abandoned village, only to find themselves caught in an ambush from an armored vehicle. Sentinel's timely intervention destroys the enemy vehicle, yet in the chaos, enemy soldiers slip away, sparking a desperate pursuit across the windmill plain. Sounds like the armored unit from that village to the east got wiped out. Didn't think anyone could pull that off. What happened? I never heard they had that kind of firepower. Welcome back, everybody. Rumor is that it was the Sentinel. The gargoyle sniper from the rumors? Uh-huh. Tonight, sneak into the officer's room, grab a bottle of Pinot, get wasted, and forget this ever happened. What's that supposed to mean? You don't believe me? I don't believe in ghost stories. Oh shit, I forgot these. I guess I can look at these later. These tell us anything we don't know? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Marcia. Yeah, this is just like a nice, like, little summary and a timeline of things happening in case you're confused and get turned around. The fact that it's all taking place over the course of a week is a lot. Yeah, these all just recaps. Anything new here? Has recorded words following his recovery became a key piece of evidence, revealing how deeply Manus Ventae's embedded itself within military structures over time. Given the shifted timeline, the group's unusually swift mobilization hints at possible interference from Arcana, whose resurrection may be affecting this era. Secret visit. Yeah, from George. West Virginia, stronger evidence. Okay, I need evidence. After waking from this terror. Oh, wait, hang on. Classmates before joining the army together, friends before they were comrades, they supported one another through the horrors of battle and shared each other's sorrows. Their friends fell around them. The connection only grew stronger as after waking from his terror, Eberhard loses the lack of his strength. As the past comes back, forgets his pride as an officer, reaches out to. Oh, okay, so no, it wasn't necessarily him revealing his face. It was their connection specifically. But the figure who reaches for isn't fully Paul anymore. Charon has lost the ability to see what lies ahead for those who survive, and he has the power, no power to change the course of fate. Okay. A male gargoyle worries about her recent crime and fears she's falling into darkness. After the okay, so we don't know who that person is that she's talking to in her head. Beagle Paravian. She's still ready to stand on her own. Analyze winners and gunshots. Destroys your armored vehicle, forces he kills his wounded teammates before making his escape. Weapons do nothing against her, running his keep shooting. Alright. Wounds and scars. No one can make sense of why this war drags on.
quatre bannis de soutien organique. Va tuer ce monstre.
Oh, it's just her? Okay.
Je prierai pour vous.
Oh shit, she's going against her. Okay. Alright.
Merde. Those accursed knights. Calm yourself, Marianne. Steady your breathing.
This is before, I'm guessing, because, like, she wasn't a knight anymore.
You need not panic. This will not be the end of you. Target locks down. By God's grace. The enemies of peace shall be stamped out. Now is the time for repentance. My sight shall unveil the hidden. A sure hit. The enemies of peace shall be stamped out. Now is the time for repentance. A worthy victory. But the fight is far from over.
I kinda agree with her cousin. Like, what empowers her to go on and fucking... She can't remember how she did it. Perhaps her enemies were as exhausted as she was, or perhaps it was just the devil's luck. Struggling, fighting purely by instinct, she holds her heavily armored foe at bay. Time crawls to a standstill. Her bayonet is stopped mere centimeters from her foe's throat by 2 armored fists.
Dost thou recall when once, in our youth, we fought over an apple tree?
Lâche-moi!
Let go of me.
Nein, du Teufel!
No, damn it.
Thou wished to cut its wood and make us a fire to roast a chicken. But I rebuked thee, for I believed the tree would bear fruit, and it would be the sweeter bounty of the two.
Notice the knights carry heavy blunt weaponry. True. Do they go against gargoyles often?
Thou didst find a bush with overripened berries and hurled them at me, crying that they should serve as my supper, while the chicken would be for thee alone. And I retaliated in kind. Ere long, we were painted red with juice. What a bloody melee we fight. We laughed as we laid down our arms. What fun we had that day.
Oh fuck, maybe that isn't Marcia.
Non. Je ne veux pas.
But the battle thou fightest now shall not end in the gentle smears of red berries. What drives humanity to war? Could it be so different from what drove us to it beneath that apple tree? I dare not imagine how a slaughter that has claimed the lives of millions could be waged for so small a cause, that we should be brought to bloodshed driven only by the fear of those whom we were taught to despise. What immortal hand or eye could frame the cause behind these deadly ends? Thou art more courageous than I, Marie. Never hast thou doubted thy conviction. So tell me, I pray, is there some purpose in the war they now fight? For I see no divine meaning to be found in this killing and dying.
Small caliber rounds pose no real threat to her rocky exterior, but that does little to reduce the pain. And healing comes slowly.
Agnes?
No response. That was expected. What she had not expected was the next voice.
Who's Agnes?
She matters not. But what brings you here?
I'm taking you somewhere safe. Paravian, that young man who came with me, is back at the village. He'll continue with our search. Before you ask, I'm doing fine. Like you, I'm made of sterner stuff.
She rotates her arm, looking as if her wounds had all but disappeared.
I checked over your wounds, but I have no earthly idea what to do with this gravel. I know how to treat flesh, not stone. But that wound won't be a problem for you, will it?
No.
Her physical pain is bearable, but the lingering echoes of her nightmare cause her to grit her teeth.
Were you dreaming? Seemed like a nightmare.
She locks her stare forward and away. There's field dressing for the wounds that truly pain her.
I don't know if this will help.
She removes her gloves. It's a brisk and almost tender motion, revealing deep slashing cuts across her palms.
Could it be? Are you...
I am. But that battle is long over. You and I are no longer enemies.
Okay, so it was Marcia. How did she get stabbed in the neck and fucking survive? The howls of their deadly melee still ring in her ears.
A senseless fight. I hurt you.
It wasn't your fault. In fact, I thank you for it. They thought I died fighting you. I used that as my opportunity to leave.
Oh.
For some time after that, I was with an international rescue team. We came under attack by the Manus for our efforts, but the Foundation intervened.
Wait. Then you remember me?
Marcia nods, a gentle, graceful motion, carrying the reassurance of a doctor at her patient's bedside.
And you didn't. I was wearing a helmet. But you don't have a face one forgets.
Marianne.
Oh, that's your name. Marie-Anne. It's lovely.
She repeats it, stressing the syllables as if to remember it.
Tell me then, what do you know about Manus Vindictae?
They are a secret organization open to only pure-blooded arcanists. Simply put, their goal is to cause as much chaos as possible and eventually destroy all of human society.
And this Mother of Resurrection is like a god to them?
Something like that, yes. She died once, but they managed to resurrect her through some awful ritual.
A resurrected madwoman?
Her disdain curdles into hatred, fingers clenched like she's trying to crush something in midair.
Then she is a false prophet. An imposture of the true resurrection.
Marcia seizes the opportunity to move to her side.
The war between the Foundation and Manus Vindictae has lasted ages, longer even than this war. You and the Foundation share the same goals, and the intelligence you gathered may prove crucial for us. If you would be willing to share it, we may be able to reach a truce sooner. So please, mull it over.
Sentinel bows her head, giving her rifle a rough once-over. She wipes away some of the blood and dirt that cakes the receiver, then one by one slots new rounds into its magazine.
My search into Manus Vindictae began at the turn of 1918. Their documents, personal belongings, letters. I sought and scrounged for every clue that might be found. From these, I learned of their mission, to prolong this bloodshed, supplying both sides with arms of dreadful artifice. Then, as now, I still do not understand why. I brought my evidence before the powers of my nation, but they cared not. So I spoke out against them, still hoping they might awaken to this madness. But my words went unheeded. Worse, they turned against me, hiding even the very name of Manus Vindictae from all their publications and letters. There is no longer any truth in the words they print. Only lies, meant to stir the pride of youth to deadly, pointless slaughter. Youths who were but children when the war began. That is why I have turned to this. to killing the ones who incited this war. It was the only choice I had left. Perhaps it has all been for naught. But at least I have put deeds to words. What has the Foundation done?
The accusation forces her into a stammering defense.
We have done more than you know, but I'm not authorized to tell you.
You expect me to offer all I know to you, yet still withhold your trust.
For this sort of setting, you'd think the reason that Manus spread so quickly was that the nationalist factions exploited and corrupted them to their own purpose. By by which do you mean, like? Do you mean like you would be led to believe that the reason why Manus gained power so quickly is because they catered to, like, nationalistic ideals? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm sorry.
In order
no,
to sow
I suppose
chaos
that isn't
and
fair of
fear
us.
and all that
If
shit.
there's anything we can offer in exchange to make a deal, I'll...
Hi, Caffeine Expert! Thank you for the 10 stream streak. But her efforts lose steam.
I'll try my best to honor it, but I can't guarantee anything.
The cold breeze cuts the stillness between them. Sentinel lets out a slow and labored breath. It definitely feels like, yeah, Manus played to the nationalist and personal pride of those in power of each nation. That's what it does feel like. It feels like Manus is like exacerbated sentiments that were already there. So like, with that one guy, Charon's friend, Braun, like, he wished for, I'm not sure if he wished for it or if he said, or if Manus Vindicta was like, yeah, we can give you this. But he wanted, if I remember correctly, courage to carry out what he wanted to do. And with that courage came a blind militaristic focus that was all-encompassing and turned him into a fucking fascist. So it does kind of feel like that in granting humanity, or certain members of humanity, what they believe they need to survive and win the war, it feeds into like militaristic and vaguely fascist ideals. It radicalizes them in order to sow more chaos within this era. The other way around, really, the various nations took the quick weaponry and berserk soldier augmentation Manus provides and exploited it. I don't think they have that much power, though, because, like, throughout the previous story installments, we've seen that Manus is the one that holds all the cards. No one's using Manus. Manus uses people. And even from, like, the very first chapter with, like, when we're back, what was it, the Great Depression? When they triggered that super early? They're there to radicalize existing sentiments within humanity, which kind of falls in line with their general philosophy of humans being inferior to Arcanus, right? They believe in Arcanist superiority, Arcanist absolutism, and it feels like their philosophy is like, hey, humans are really fucking weak, and they're gonna wipe themselves out just by virtue of being human. So all we're doing is speeding up the process because they're worse than us. So I don't think anyone is in a position to use Manus, or at least use Manus in how do I say this, in like a narratively objective way. Like, there could be people who believe they're using Manus, but in the end, Manus and Arcana are the ones that are completely in control. At least that's how I'm reading it, and that's why I was kind of displeased with how things were working out earlier. It's like, oh, okay, fascism isn't on the rise because of humans. Fascism is on the rise because Manus mind control. But now I can kind of see it's more interwoven within their modus operandi of, again, exacerbating things that are already within humanity's heart in order to sow more chaos. So I can kind of understand the angle they're going for here. Makes it easier to radicalize people. Yeah. Humans are weak and exploit Arcanus, according to Manus. Yeah, so, like, they believe, kind of like with the whole X-Men thing, right? They believe that Arcanists who do work with humans are being exploited, and they were, like, in some cases they were exploited, because as was seen, like, super early on in the very beginning chapters, Arcanists were, like, enslaved and exploited and, you know, XYZ by certain factions of humans. They were overpowered in that way, and that's kind of the fuel that the Arcanists, that Manus Vindictae has used to justify their regime. But in this case, I do absolutely feel like Arcana, and I think it has also been stated a couple of times that Arcana holds all of the cards here, and any chaos that they're sowing within this era is within the framework of her plans. So yeah, I do think it's more of an exploitation and an exacerbation of things that already exist, which is probably why they came back here, because World War I, forgive me if I get this wrong, but I remember World War I being like a milestone for the rise of fascism, though I wouldn't be able to go into detail as to why. Possibly, I'm not that knowledgeable about the bigger story, just so it would make a good story that beat that nationalism fascism gets into a grand body politic like Manus to be corrupted to the former's goals. That's fair. It is interesting. It's basically the other way around, though, in my opinion, from somebody who has, like, played since, like, the first chapter and has seen the evolution of Manus. Like, Manus Vindictae is here, long story short, they're here to fuck up human timelines and create conditions as such that humans destroy themselves. Because Arcanists are a separate race, they're a separate species, pretty much. Again, kind of like X-Men, think of, like, mutant versus non-mutant conflict there. So they're there to, like, so from the very, very start, they were there to use their social engineering and mind control and social influence to kind of, like, nudge the most corruptive people or corruption within humans worse and worse and worse until they all go crazy. So I think you're definitely on point there, but it's just the other way around. They know that these kinds of sentiments linger within humankind and are just nudging it along further and further, using their powers so that humans end up destroying themselves, because that's the end goal. In a broad sense, yeah, the fallout from World War I led to fertile ground for totalitarian governments to rise. Fascism, Nazism, communism, jihadism, and military-industrial complex. World War I is a bedrock for a lot of the 20th century sins. Good to know. Dang, I'm glad it's so difficult to do that nudging. I cry, right? Sentinel lets out a slow and labored breath.
I will give nothing to the Foundation. Neither freely nor for any bargain.
And I do just want to reiterate for anybody who's watching now or anybody who's rewatching the VOD, I am not a historian. I am not somebody who reads a lot in general, let alone literature about World War I or about, you know, the rise of fascism or anything. This is a very, in my opinion, I'm coming from a very surface level understanding of history as somebody who engages with the text Reverse 1999 itself. So that's just my interpretation. So yeah, feel free to disagree or call me out for things that I'm wrong about, because I don't know shit about FUG. On the other hand, that's kind of what it is. If the nationalist groups were not ready to use Manus wouldn't be able to use them as easily. I mean, that's true. It's also, welcome to chat, kid. I think it's the word use. I think it's the word use that I'm taking issue with, because use implies that those people are the ones in charge or the ones who hold the cards. It might just be semantics, but, like, as was seen with Braun's corruption, right? People who hold these sentiments, who desire for victory in war or for glory in war strong enough to go and make a deal with the devil, per se, they're not the ones in charge. They're the ones who are like, hey, I want to do this shit. And then you have Manus Vindictae as, like, you know, as the devil that they can make a deal with, like, hey, yeah, we can totally give you that. We can totally give you that. Just, like, you know, take this mask or do what we ask of you or whatever. So it is still Manus Vindictae who is holding the power in the situation. And because they've had, throughout, for anybody who hasn't played since day one, or who hasn't watched the story since day one, from day one of this game, their whole thing is, again, exploiting the perceived weaknesses of humankind in order to push humankind further into chaos. So they take advantage of greed and of fascism and of nationalism and of militaristic desires in order to push humanity further into chaos. They're just there to they're there to enable them. So I think it's just the word used that kind of, because like if people within this era weren't weak to the concept of fascism, or not weak, but rather susceptible to the rise of fascism, then Manus Vindictae would have just found a way to exploit them another way. They wouldn't have gone this route. Do you know what I mean? They're the ones with the knowledge of the future. They're the ones that are wielding humanity against itself. So, like, that's where I'm coming from. The power is still with Manus Vindictae, even if the big bads in this alt history of World War I are utilizing the powers given to them by Manus Vindictae to further their own goals. They think they're using Manus, but Manus is playing them in, hard and using them and leading them on, pretty much. Because, like, their desires are very short-sighted. They're like, we want to win this war. I want the courage to win this war. And they're like, okay, cool. Power word, fascism. I've hit you with the fascist beam. And now you believe in your cause completely and absolutely with no room for doubt. And look where that leads you. Kind of thing. So then I think that scene with Charon looking upon his friend with the face of death, pretty much, and bringing him back to the person he used to be was very poignant, because like it rid him of his brainwashing through the power of childhood friendship and war trauma, to be like, wow, what the fuck did I do? So I'm excited to see where that leads, because like I thought it might have been Charon's like power, but I think it's very specifically the bond they had as brothers. Or brothers in arms, I should say. In combination with that, that jarred him back to reality. I don't think it's something that Charon could do on his own. Elsewise, Sentinel could just take Charon and then use Charon's face as like a gun to anybody who's controlled by Manus Vindictae. He's like, look at this! Look at this! Pulls back the hood. Look at this! Look at this guy! And then just and then clear everyone of their brainwashing. Because then you could just be able to do that. But yeah. Like Charon said, hold on to that fear, you'll warm up. Exactly. Yeah, Braun asked for bravery and courage, and that is exactly what he got, and it radicalized him. And it's that fear that keeps him grounded, that keeps him human. So I thought that was a really cool fucking scene. I really like that scene.
But you, Marcia, you have my trust.
Marcia lights up at her patient's declaration.
Follow me.
Oh, of course.
One thing I don't quite understand, with Sentinel, I'm sure more will be revealed as we play, is why she's taking it upon herself to do this. Maybe it was because she was radicalized due to nobody paying attention to her when she brought up Manus Vindictae infiltrating their ranks and not being able to, and so then she took it upon herself as like a vigilantism sort of thing to like take out those she deemed detrimental to the ceasefire or to the ending of the war. But I'm still not entirely feeling this whole God-given righteous fury that she has. Like, I understand that she's an agent of God, right? I get that. And she's there to serve... It almost feels like she's there to serve humanity in the name of God. But, like, I still... Like, she presents the trolley problem, yeah, wouldn't you kill 100 people to save, like, 10,000 people? But, like, I feel like that's a vast... Trolley problems are fun and all, but that's a vast oversimplification of what's going on right now, because you're in the middle of a war. And that kind of, wouldn't you sacrifice X to save Y, that kind of rhetoric is very... That rhetoric is used by dictators and totalitarian, and those within totalitarianist regimes to justify sacrifices made in the name of what they believe is right. So, like, when you look at a trolley problem in and of itself, they're fun to think about because, you know, those people are already tied to the tracks. Whereas you can't oversimplify, oh yeah, if I take out key persons X, Y, and Z, the war will be over. And that's why I'm not really vibing with Sentinel's motivation at the moment. Because it's kind of the same thing as saying, like, to prevent getting banned, I'm not going to name anybody, but saying, like, hey, if we just take out these political leaders that are alive right now, everything will be fine. That's not how that works. That's not how war works, and that's not how politics works. So I'm very wary of the philosophy that she's using, or rather, she is being set up to use to justify what she's doing. I don't really agree with it. I'm excited to see if that gets challenged anywhere down the line. Because, like, even her cousin, I don't know if it's her actual cousin or just, like, another gargoyle that they refer to each other as cousins because they're related, because they're from the same, you know, bloodline or whatever, is saying, like, hey, you're straying a bit far from the path that's laid out for us. Like, you're going to pay with your soul. You're going to hell, girl. And she's like, it's gonna be worth it. And I'm like, I don't think... That's kind of a weird message. Like the whole point... When we were having this conversation about, like, anti-war literature and anti-war media in general, the whole point is showing how... The reason why a lot of it feels so... I don't want to say empty, but, like, fucking sad and, like, soul-wrenching is because it's there to show you the futility of war itself. Right? So, like, I'm really hoping this ends with, like, Sentinel waging this one-woman war, thinking she can, like, pluck people off and save more people that way, and her just getting fucked by it because she changes nothing. Because things can't be solved. This is not how this works. You can't solve things this way. Just because you're one person taking on the quote-unquote burdens of just fucking killing people you think should be killed for your cause, that's not how that works. And it's very... It feels contrary to the anti-war sentiment the narrative is trying to establish. So I'm wondering if she's going to get punished for it. I hope that makes sense. It's explained more in her side story. Oh yeah, that's fair. I should probably do her side story. If you manufacture the trolley problem yourself, it's almost worse. Actually, not almost. It's just worse. It's just worse. It's not 100 people tied to a track with 10,000 people on another track. My sister in Christ, you're the ones tying into the track. There's no way of quantifying how many people are on the other track. You can't do that. Like, these are human beings you're talking about. You can't just do that. To be fair, Sentinel herself says she's not the good. That's fair. That's fair as well. It's not like she's righteous, but she doesn't think she's necessarily doing the right thing. She knows she's taking on a burden. And I don't know if that makes it much better, but at least she acknowledges what she's doing isn't necessarily the good thing, and that she's deliberately taking on these sins. I just want to see if she gets punished for it, that's all. Because one person can't end a war. That's not how that works, and that seems like the antithesis of the general anti-war narrative in general, but anyway. We're falling to the dark side where one person turns to 3, turns to 5, turns to 10. That's another thing, too. That is a rabbit hole. Like, how many people is she willing to kill? In her eyes, that will end this war. And again, trolley problems are fun because they're more or less objective. It's like, you know, you either do something or you don't, and you know that XYZ is going to happen. It's a lot more muddled when it comes to, like, actual war. And again, the rhetoric that she's spouting is not sitting very well with me. Because of how that same kind of rhetoric has been used by, like, dictators and like, fascist leaders in the past. It's like, yeah, well, we need to do this. We need to kill these people because we're saving how many more people by getting rid of these people, sort of thing. I don't like it. I don't think it has a place here. But again, I'll eat all my words if she gets dunked on. If she gets dunked on by the narrative and realizes that she shouldn't be doing this. Maybe that's the whole point. Discipline regulations. Adherence to military regulations is mandatory for all soldiers, including Arcanus. Respect all comrades equally. Execute orders exactly. Also, trolley problems do not have consequences outside of what you consider for the problem. Exactly, yeah. A trolley problem is there for fun ethics debates. It's not supposed to equate to real life. Because, like, if any one of us was faced with an actual trolley problem in real life with actual people in front of our eyes, I think we would all react probably differently than what we said we would. Do not neglect conventional science. Bullets often outkill arcane powers. That is true. You're fully accountable for the entities you summon. No mental surveillance, influence, or manipulation of personnel without authorization. No arcane modification of issued equipment without authorization. Conduct spirit contact only with another member present, limited to 3 minutes. Know the alternative forms of your comrades. I love this. One thing I really, really like about Reverse Knights 99 is the same thing I like about, like, SCP, like really good SCP entries, where the supernatural needs to be regulated. It needs to be regulated and documented in a very specific way, and I love things that treat the supernatural this way, like makes it a bit of a bureaucracy. Report and secure approval for using large rituals or high-level incantations. Expect enemy arcanists and other supernatural threats during operations. I think most of us would freeze too long to do anything useful, that's fair. And you know, I mean, we had a running joke on the main channel about how I agreed with Asgore in the original Undertale, where it's like, yeah, I'd kill 7 kids to save my species. Would I take a pike into my hands and kill 7 children, or possibly children, I guess we don't actually know the ages of the souls. Would I take a pike within my hands and kill 7 other people with my own hands to save the rest of humanity? I don't know if I could. I don't know if I actually could do that in, like, real life. I don't know if I could, but it's fun to think about. Hypothetically, yeah, it makes sense, but would I actually be able to do that? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know if I have it in me to kill someone not out of self-defense, you know? A fractured sanctuary. Legends say those stone statues come to life at night. We're reaching about the halfway point here. So like this, and maybe another chapter or 2, and we'll call it a day and finish it off tomorrow.
An armored vehicle?
Another point, sorry, that I forgot to bring up is, to the narrative's credit, it did establish, even though I was kind of hesitant with where they were going with it early on, it did establish Manus Vindictae using mind control very early on in this specific story, right? So we know that any agents that are being mind controlled by Manus Vindictae are being mind controlled by Manus Vindictae, and as seen by Charon, can be snapped out of it. So I wonder if that will play a role into it, because like play a role into Sentinel getting dunked on, because I think it was brought up twice in this story, once by her cousin, the other gargoyle guy, and once by, was it Marcia maybe? I can't remember, where it's like, hey, like, you didn't even give this guy a shot. Like, you just kind of played judge, jury, and executioner. And she's like, well, I mean, if he broke out of his mind control, it would have just been more of the same anyway, so it's not like it made a difference. And I'm like, girl, I hope you get dunked on. I'm just saying. I really hope the narrative makes her pay for that, because that is not, it's not a mindset. War doesn't need vigilantes. Like, that's not how this works. But anyway.
The driver was a Manus. They're not just supplying the war anymore.
There's a pause before the Hawks leader speaks through the receiver.
What do you think that means, Kreis?
Both sides are gathered in the same room, listening to the reports from the front lines. Kreis lets out a soft, rueful chuckle, though he does not let it betray the seriousness of his words.
Huh. That the Manus have decided to build themselves an army.
You mean like you did?
That seems likely.
With your little foundation, with your little group 12 there?
In that case, we must prepare immediately for a response. Xeno's main force is still at the Eastern Front. They won't be able to reinforce us if anything happens here. The Foundation will need an army of its own. That's completely irresponsible.
A calm voice cuts through the speculation.
It will only increase the tension on this front. and it directly violates our peace policy. Manus Vindicte takes in only pure-blooded arcanists. That doesn't make for a large recruitment pool. It won't be much of an army, really. To say nothing of the fact that they lack the organization or discipline that is needed for a true large-scale military operation. Armies need human leadership.
You forgot to take Arcana into consideration, Petra. You don't know what she can do to her followers with her new power. Whatever the case, we cannot take anything for granted. The Foundation will need the strength to defend itself from future attacks by the Manus. If we act quickly, we may even get ahead of things.
I'd like to see what the committee will think of this plan. I hope they'll have a better grasp of the consequences.
Sorry. How is that irresponsible, though? Oh, I mean, okay, yes, if other like leaders catch wind of the fact that we're building our own army, that makes sense. Oh, and violates the peace policy. Okay, Manus Vindicte, it does make for larger. It won't be much of an army, to say nothing of the fact they lack the organization or discipline. They need human leadership. I mean, that's not true. That's not necessarily true. Oh god, they're both wrong, but they're both right.
You're not seeing the board, Petra.
The communicator struggles to transmit the two leaders' heated exchange. Crius, on the other hand, stays quiet, professional, obedient. Before long, the mediator takes over the line.
We can't rule out the possibility of a large-scale conflict. However, the committee will maintain its peace policy until we have reliable evidence.
And if the worst happens?
Then we'll do what we must to survive, even if that means igniting a worldwide war.
I feel like this is playing right into Manus' hands.
We have arrived.
I feel like all of this is just playing right into... Because what Manus wants this. And I guess that's what the dubs are trying to say. It's like, Manus wants us to escalate. We can't do this. And then the Hawks are like, okay, but if we, like, don't prepare to defend ourselves, we're gonna get dunked on. So what are we supposed to do? Gargoyle Monastery.
I see.
The glow of arcane skill fades as they fades as they approach, revealing their hidden sanctuary. It is or was an abbey, appropriately gothic, with ornate stone walls rising up to meet the air, its dome long collapsed.
This monastery, it's not an arcane creation, is it?
No. It has only been enchanted with our arcane skill, Carthusian. Beneath its protection, those that dwell here will go unnoticed by any who pass near.
Gargoyle Friar. A gargoyle dressed in friar's robes walks barefoot on the grass. He looks up from his book to meet the new arrivals.
Greetings, I'm Marcia, investigator of the St. Pablo Foundation.
Give me 1 second. The friar nods, offering a smile soft and friendly, then extends a finger and presses it to his lips.
Oh, I see. Have you made a vow of silence?
The sound of breaking rock draws her eyes away.
Huh?
Beneath a broken, narrow window, a stone statue of a woman begins to stir, its surface softening into flesh. Her face is marked by twisted sorrow as she walks towards Sentinel with an exaggerated gait.
Marie, mon petit chou, the rest return to us again. But oh, child, thou needs rest.
She just pulls Marianne into a tight embrace and plants a series of deep kisses on her cheeks. Sentinel endures the affection with as much grit as she did the bullets.
And this is a friend?
The woman turns to Marcia, her eyes now pooling with greater sadness.
Oh, poor child.
The hug comes too quick to dodge and too sturdy to resist, pulling Marcia into a breathtaking embrace. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The smothering hospitality at last abates, and Marcia takes a deep breath of fresh air, taking in the pleasant scent of grass and wildflowers.
Our Marie has never been tireless in her toils. 'Tis a shame that she never permits us to aid her. Am I truly too aged to be of service? Oh, but perhaps my age has eclipsed my wisdom, for I have thus far been an unwelcoming host. Allow me to brew you some tea.
Had to walk away and do some chores. Is the Foundation trying to change history here? Curious as in other time travel shows created fixed points in time, meaning they can never change in order to keep the story somewhat coherent. It's not the Foundation changing history, it's Manus Vindictae. So without going into too much detail, Manus Vindictae basically reversed time back to 1920 and then used its own influence to extend World War I past when it should have stopped. So it's Manus Vindictae actively changing history, and the Foundation are the ones trying to get it back at least relatively on track. So there's no future or fixed time points to like really realign to because they've already been erased. So they rewound time and there's no like base 1920 to go back to. It's gone. The era is just gone now. So this is the only 1920 that exists. And that was addressed at the beginning, like near the beginning of the chapter, where it's like, hey, all like documentation and stuff we have of the prior 1920, it's like outdated now. It can be used as a guideline, but like that's it. Like we've already gone past the point of divergence. We have to work with what we've got now. So they're trying to like at least make this current timeline look similar to the previous 1920, but we're already past that point because the war's already lasted for too long. She leaves with singular purpose and surprising speed.
My aunt is a gentle soul. She came by here 1 year ago, not fearing the danger, saying she must take care of everyone left in the family. That old lump of stone that greeted us came here to take refuge with his brother after they were injured last year.
She hangs her head with resignation.
Only a small number of my kind dwell here. Many of us remain divided by the war. Enjoy my aunt's hospitality. I shall go now to collect what you seek.
Oh, it's her aunt. Okay. Or we'll just say they're related. We'll call her aunt. Yeah.
I'll be here then.
I don't think it matters if they're blood related or not. They're from the same priory, so they call each other by familial terms. We lost the war. Did Germany win World War I? World War I is still going. It's 1920 and World War I is still going. That's the whole arc. That's the whole purpose of this arc.
Hold on.
She lets herself relax only a moment before noticing the stone-faced gargoyles that look down at her from a dozen perches. A thought crawls under her skin.
Bonjour?
She spins around in place, meeting the unblinking eyes of each statue, stopping on the figure of a young girl. The girl's hands cover her face in a mournful pose, the silent tragedy of an endless moment of loss.
This is...
Why hath my cousin brought you here?
A voice calls out behind her, rigid and almost rude. A tall, gaunt monk stands in the courtyard.
You are not one of us. You are a bringer of war in our house of peace. What does your Foundation seek from our quiet holes?
There's accusation in the gravelly tone of his voice.
You misunderstand. The Foundation isn't bringing war. We're trying to end it.
This war is neither yours nor ours to end.
What are you saying?
The monk falls silent as if debating whether his next words are worth the effort. His face contorts, becoming an exaggeration of self-righteousness.
It has come as a divine punishment for the faithless who have turned from God. Its end will come only with the extinction of civilization.
Okay. No.
Sounds like you want everyone, humans and Arcanists alike, to suffer and die.
You twist my words, Chevalier, I do not seek this end, this path of suffering, out of hatred for humanity. No, I do so because I pray fervently for their deliverance.
I mean, I guess that's also what Sentinel's doing.
But deliverance waits for the last edifices of this sinful world to crumble. When the faithless nations, as a fire consuming its last embers, burn themselves to ash. Soon, the artifices of modernity, their factories of war and death, will crumble, as Babel before them had, their lies of advancement and revolution dying with them. We must return to the innocence of the past, as Nineveh did, heeding the word of God.
Assez, cousin.
The rebuke breaks his rhythm. Sentinel steps between Marcia and Ladislas, forcing her cousin to take a step away.
Tes prophéties ont empêché notre invité
Prophecies
de
have kept
prendre
our
son
guest
thé.
from her tea. Sentinel turns and hands Marcia a heavy canvas military bag.
Are you able to lift it?
No problem. I can handle it.
Ladislas watches the exchange with abject curiosity.
Marianne, n'est-elle pas issue de la fondation que tu dis dépourvue de volonté pour mettre fin à
Is
cette
she
guerre?
not of the very
Quel
foundation
effort
thou
vain
sayest
poursuis-tu
lacketh the
donc à
will to
présent?
end this war? What fruitless endeavor dost thou now pursue?
C'est une amie, Ladislas. Je lui accorde
She's
la
my friend,
liberté de
Ladislas.
venir
I
et
shall grant
partir
her the
ici
freedom
comme
to come
elle
and go
veut.
from here as she wills.
Mais elle n'est pas...
But she's not a...
C'est mon droit de le faire,
It is my right to
n'est-ce
do
pas?
this, is it not?
Oui.
Yes. He lowers his head without protest. Sentinel turns from her kin back to Marcia, who has by now taken several steps away.
You will find here all that I've collected since 1918. Most useful to you may be a list of those in each military who have made contact with the Manus. Take them from here to your foundation, and make of them what you will. I hope they will serve you better than they did me.
I will. Thank you.
Marcia seems more than eager to retreat. Aunt Madeline stands at the foot of a stone pillar, tea in her hand, and nods in self-reproach. The courtyard falls still. Ladislas breaks his silence with a withering glare.
Cousin, why hast thou concerned thyself with the affairs of this sinful world? We are involved now at our peril.
Even if this war was, as you believe, a divine punishment, the people have suffered enough.
Ont-ils donc souffert?
Have they?
Je ne vois que
I
des
see no
cendres et
sackcloth,
nul
only
sac de
ashes.
pénitence.
He motions to the weeping girl tucked in the sanctuary niche.
Hast thou learned nothing from our chère Agnes?
Oh.
Leave her out of this.
It was she who prophesied this war.
He drags up the memory with sharp intention.
And whose body turned to stone as it came to pass. Was she not the closest of us all to the ear of our Lord? Then I can see only one reason for her sacrifice. It is a warning to us.
Tell me, if that is so, why God would choose such a warning?
Revelation and prophecy oft appear inscrutable to those that disbelieve them, until their truth is made manifest.
Ladislas's voice trembles, a practiced tension of humility and pride.
Mais je crois,
But I do
et
believe,
je vois
and
clairement
I
ce
see
que tu ne
clearly
vois
what thou
pas,
hast not,
que notre
that our
Seigneur
Lord bids
nous
us to neither
enjoint de ne
fight
ni
nor end
combattre,
this
ni
war.
mettre fin à cette guerre. Car cela est venu tel un
Because it
nouveau
hath come
grand
as the next
déluge,
great deluge,
destiné
to
à
sweep the
balayer
sinful
ce monde
world away.
pécheur.
Agnes will return to us
Agnès
again,
reviendra
as
à
our
nous
past
lorsque
innocence
notre
is found and
innocence
rebuilt
passée
from their
sera
ruins.
retrouvée et reconstruite à partir de leur ruine. Mais la foi doit être préservée.
But the
Si elle
faith
doit
must be
être
preserved for this to be
reconstruite,
rebuilt,
et
and
c'est
these
la
labors
peur
will be the
d'incomprendre
task of the
fidèles,
faithful, of
à
we,
nous,
the gargoyles.
les gargouilles. Je t'en prie,
I pray thee heed my words,
écoute
cousin.
mes paroles,
Lay down thy
cousine.
sword of vengeance. Do
Dépose
not answer to
ton
the
épée
whispering
de
demon in thy
vengeance.
blood, nor stain
Ne
thy
réponds
soul
pas aux
already
démons
so
qui
burdened
murmurent dans
with
ton
sin.
sang. Et ne souille pas davantage.
He lets his words cling to his lips with solemn weight. His cousin, however, has never been easy to preach to. She stiffens, sorrow and purpose welling in her eyes.
Armes à feu.
Guns,
Canon,
cannons,
tank,
tanks, bombs.
Bombe. Tu te souviens comment ces
You do
machines
remember
ont
how these
détruit nos
devices have
vies,
destroyed our
n'est-ce
lives,
pas?
do you not? Then
Alors,
surely
sais
you
déjà
already know
que l'innocence du
that the
passé ne
innocence of
repose
the
pas
past does
simplement
not
en
simply
fuite,
lie buried for us to rebuild.
prête à être
It is dead and
reconstruite.
gone.
Elle est morte et disparue. Si porter un fardeau de
The
péché
stain on my
permet de
soul is
mettre
what it
fin à
takes to
cette
end this
guerre,
war, then I shall
ce
not
crime me semble
hesitate to stain it so.
dérisoire.
Ladislas is stunned. He fights back tears and turns to face the altar. The light from the stained glass windows wreathes him like a mourner's cloak.
As-tu oublié le péril de nos
Hast thou forgotten
ancêtres,
our ancestral peril?
ou les nombreux
or the
noms que
manifold
nous avons
names we have
effacés
stricken
de
from our
notre
line when they
lignée
turned from the
lorsqu'ils
righteous
se sont
path?
égarés du
The
chemin de la
demon blood hath
droiture?
overtaken our kin before.
Le son
as I fear
démoniaque
it
a
will
déjà
soon-
submergé
it
notre
soon will
famille.
overtake thee.
Et moi,
I do not wish to blot out thy name as well,
je ne souhaite
Marianne.
pas devoir effacer ton nom, Marianne, de notre lignée.
Ugh. I don't like how this is legitimizing what she's doing. I don't like how this is legitimizing what she's doing. These researchers consistently exceed all expectations. Hang on, give me 1 second. I can fix that later. Oh my god, hang on. Well, it was during the Merovingian dynasty that the Bishop of Ruin successfully subdued the first known gargoyle. This gargoyle and his descendants then formed a unique lineage devoted to protecting churches across generations. However, in recent times, many younger gargoyles have chosen to abandon this ancient tradition, leaving their dark church perches for the light and glamour of the modern world. Based on my recent observations, this generational conflict continues to cause significant distress among elder gargoyles. It's worth noting that the younger generation's departure also relates to modern churches being able to provide adequate sustenance, reflecting broader societal changes. This aspect warrants further historical analysis. Gargoyles have some unique arcane skills. First, their arcane ability allows them to petrify their own body parts, a formidable defensive mechanism during the age of close-quarters combats with bayonets and spears, though considerably less effective against modern artillery bombardments. Additionally, gargoyles possess exceptional visual capabilities with particularly remarkable night vision. This trait complements their natural stealth abilities, enabling them to detect hidden threats with ease and execute perfectly timed ambushes. I must admit it's surprising such impressive combat abilities were historically limited to the protection of churches, though my lack of religious knowledge may explain this confusion. Your theological ignorance is indeed astounding. Mandatory religious studies await you. While I object to you reading my research notes without permission, I'll concede that compared to your piety, I'm clearly the irreligious one, just a pure biologist. Who said I'm not a pure biologist? Gargoyles carry a curse. While the origins of their curse remain shrouded in secrecy, people are open about its manifestations. Excessive bloodshed appears to corrupt them. This corruption takes the form of mental instability, progressing them from rejecting to completely abandoning their faith. Well, my pure biologist friend, your gargoyle research now necessitates the very religious study that you say you have no interest in. This notebook clearly requires a sturdier lock. Interesting. So that's what he means about, like, going to the dark side sort of thing, like her losing her soul, because it's tied to some curse. Some intergenerational curse that prevents them from shedding too much blood. Interesting.
The
Okay.
flames of injustice are yet to burn at the stake on rainy days. All is not yet lost.
Alright, I think we'll call it here. We'll call it here. Let's see. You know, having lots of French in this episode is great because everyone who will have deep ennui and who will do that, the French in spades. I'm excited to see the remainder of this chapter. It's gonna be interesting. I don't have a really good sense about how, because I really thought her cousin talking about her losing her soul was gonna be poignant. But now we can just see he's either a Manus Vindictae initiate or a religious zealot. And that kind of, like, illegitimizes
silence.
All of his criticism. So I'm not quite sure how that's gonna land, but we'll see. All right, we're gonna read into James Day, who's a voice actor in Wuthering Waves and Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. Pi has made recent acquaintance with him, and he's rated in like once or twice. So he's playing Wuthering Waves right now. That's a game that I don't play, but I know some of you might. So we'll go ahead and rate in there. Thank you guys for hanging out. What should our raid message be? Should it just be French ennui? French ennui. There we go. We don't have a lot of bits. Alright. I'm hoping Zealot, not every mindless conviction needs to be controlled. That's true. But yes! I will see you guys tomorrow, same time in the morning, to finish off the rest of this chapter. And then we'll be raiding into Bingo after that tomorrow. So thanks for hanging out. It's always more entertaining with you guys around. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!